name is Sulum Sono. I'm just here to perform for you guys. I hope you enjoy. Can I please get more volume? My love, see, oh, here we are, shall away. Here we are, shall away. Here we are, shall I say 1, 2, 3, 4. I've been easy, tiny sauces. I say, the Bugutanda, get better. I've been guarded, see, tiny sauces. I say, the Bugutanda, my love, see, shall away. Here we are, shall away. Here we are, shall away. So she is alone. Here we are, shall away. Here we are, shall away. Here we are, shall away. Ready to turn away. I put it all with turn away. Ready to turn away now. Ready to turn away now. Ready to turn away. I put it all with turn away. Ready to turn away now. Ready to turn away now. See, ready to turn away. I put it all with turn away. See, I ready to turn away now. Ready to turn away now. Ready to turn away. I put it all with turn away. Ready to turn away. See, I ready to turn away now. Ready to turn away. I put it all with turn away. Ready to turn away. Ready to turn away now. Ready to turn away. I put it all. If you want to say, oh no, I say. Yeah, wait, say. I say she, oh no, say. Yeah, wait, say. I say, see, no, we wanna party, say. Nah, come on, guys, you can do better. I say, see, no, we wanna party, say. Vele dombi, Dino Tandolo Ningunga Sabi, Kuba Nanging up by see me now in a matino di me. Vele dombi, Dino Tandolo Ningunga Sabi, Kuba Nanging up by see me now in a matino di me. Vele dombi, Dino Tandolo Ningunga Sabi, Kuba Nanging up by see me now in a matino di me. Vele dombi, Dino Tandolo Ningunga Sabi, Kuba Nanging up by see me now in a matino di me. Vele dombi, Dino Tandolo Ningunga Sabi, Kuba Nanging up by see me now. Say 1, 2, 3, yeah. Was one more day, one more day, was one more day. I say what it, I say was one more day. I'll find in a banye. I say one more day. And this a corny, no kulala. Say I wait to miss we fuke. Why? And this angisakhoni nokulala si wezi misifuke waya si asimutlasizumla elisikukhulu sezumla elisikukhulu sezumla elisikukhulu sezumla nebiwasi ibinwe binwana lemini afesu you ready are your girlfriend you bro that's my fish nginamhlasizumla elisikukhulu sezumla ase funa mfuni ngawe funa lutho mfuni ngawe Joe, I say one, I say two, I say 1, 2, 3, everyone sing. About talk about two, about talk about something, sing. About talk about two, sing. About talk about something, I say, can you feel it? I say, can you feel it? You say, I say she, oh no, I say. I say she, yeah, when I say. I say she, I say she, I say she, I say she, I say 1, I say 2, I say 1, 2, 3, say I just have a ball. Sure, say, Okutibasha, the Tanzania, say, it's Tanzania, say, I need change, I suka talingue, I need change, I suka talingue. I say Kandalia too, mama. I say she, mama get too. I say yange, say I need change. I suka talingue, I need change. I suka talingue, I need change. Talingue, I need change. I suka talingue. Hava malanga maningi say. Hava malanga maningi. See, baby, why me show? Sure, see, I sing my shonila, I sing my way. Luchuli. Chela malume malesi ngoma. I say 1, 2, 3, I'm a change. I suka talingue, I need change. I suka talingue, I need change. I suka talingue, I need change. I suka talingue. I say tabalo. I suka talingue. I suka talingue. I need change. Everyone say, I say 1, 2, 3. Everyone say, can you feel it? One more time, say, can you feel it? You say, I say she, whoa, no, say. I say she, yeah, wait, now, say. I say, why nigga lale makan? I say, why nigga lale makan, ya ma? Aya kemusukon, everyone, so one time, say 1, 2, I am gonna win. Kemusukon, see, kemusungo, say Chola, Sedia chola, see, I am a doing a kemusukon, sing a kemusukon, and kemusuji, I am kemusungo, Sedia chola, see, I would tell this pity when I'm my love. I don't get no even if a PC, I my babo. See, so what me yo. Say, let go me yo. Everyone, see, so what me yo. Say, let go me yo. I can't tell you to. See, Mount Gecko, sing, Mount Gecko too. See, I say, okay, see. See, I need a lenga wake. I say, okay, I get a lenga wake. See, I say, see, no, we wanna party. See. Thank you so much. My name is Sinam Sologas. Sean.
From the dawn of man and the communities of yesteryear, with every challenge faced by mankind, breakthroughs would follow. For every barrier, there was an individual who would take up the challenge of bringing hope and change. These are the change makers. Fast forward to 2022, and this is still true today. When the modern world is overwhelmed by what seems like unbeatable challenges, such as a crippling unemployment rate of 33.9% in South Africa, rising inflation and economic crisis, just as the world had done before, they turned to the change makers for solutions. The makers, the ones who with their technical and vocational skills embody the change they want to see. The ones who live out their purpose because their community depends on it. The ones who combined ambition with empathy and delivered well-timed solutions benefiting not just them but those around them. Whose weapons of choice are technical skills and an entrepreneurial spirit in the battle against poverty and unemployment. Welcome to the home of the makers. Welcome to Alan Gray Makers Fest, where technical skills and an entrepreneurial spirit take center stage. Join us as we celebrate vocational industries and highlight its ability to bring about change through job creation. Let's network, share resources, connect, and unite like-minded entrepreneurs in these industries with a common goal: entrepreneurship for the common good.
If the technical and vocational trades were not perceived and viewed negatively in our society, they could tackle the unemployment and the youth unemployment crisis that South Africa faces and the continent at large faces.
Also hoping that, especially for the students and the businesses, you walk away really feeling inspired and knowing that the work that you have matters and knowing that you're not alone in the journey. So I really hope we're inspired, we are connected, we're empowered by the time we leave this first of many more Makers Fest.
A lot of our work in other areas is involved in finding those people that are essentially elite, that have been given the best of the best opportunities, and quite rightly those are harnessed to take even further and have even bigger impact. But now there was an opportunity to bring the type of thinking, the type of branding of Alan Gray and the Gray philanthropy to an area, to the vocational trade, to the technical trade, to artisans in a way that would be incredibly powerful, and also it would balance the Gray philanthropy from being seen as completely elite and having a broader portfolio of access.
Helping them develop a moral compass so that they can actually not just be entrepreneurs, but responsible entrepreneurs. Now, responsible entrepreneurs are thinking of others in essence, as opposed to purely of themselves. And I would say first and foremost, they're looking at their clients or their customers, and they want them to do well. I think philanthropy and acting through the business in the common good actually is good business.
This is where challenges meet solutions, where understanding meets innovation, and where ideation meets action. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Alan Gray Makers Fest. Get ready to be inspired, to connect, and to celebrate. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto stage Enhle Bizana.
Hello everyone, let's give another round of applause to Sinom Solo for that wonderful performance. Yes, well done to him. Good morning and welcome to the very first Alan Gray Makers Fest 2022. Round of applause for that, please. A very special welcome to the CEO of Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy South Africa, Ms. Sinkita Peter. We've also got very special guests amongst us. We've got Mr. Trevor Manuel as well as Mr. Nhlanhla Nene. Yes, we can give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you, thank you. And of course, we've got wonderful speakers amongst us who are going to be taking part in our panel discussion. So welcome to you all. If I haven't mentioned you by name, trust me, you are very welcome. And thank you for joining us for what promises to be a very spectacular day. My name is Entle Bizana. I will be your MC today. I am a University of Cape Town student, currently studying a Bachelor of Business Science in Finance and Accounting. I'm in my final year, finally. I'm also an Alan Gray Candidate Fellow, as well as a TV presenter. I started presenting when I was in grade 10, and in my journey of presenting, I've managed to win 2 South African Film and Television Awards, so you're in good hands today. Thank you so much. Just to get a few house rules out of the way, if you want to use the restroom today, feel free to stand up and use the middle door right over there. Go straight down, the ladies are straight, and of course the gents is around the corner. So if you want to do that, feel free to do so. Secondly, please, can all your phones be on silent? Can the ringers be off as well? I know we like the sound of our ringtones, but guys, please, for my sake, today, they must be off. Thank you very much. And lastly, please, can we post on social media? We are at Alan Gray Makers on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, as well as LinkedIn. We've got amazing hashtags for today. Hashtag Maker to Maker, hashtag Connect, and of course, hashtag AAAGM Fest 2022. We're also streaming live on YouTube. We are Alan Gray Makers. All your friends and your families, please send them the link. I know deep down, somewhere, they want to be here, even if they don't tell you. I know it. They want to be here. So share the link with them so that they feel a little bit connected with us today. And then, of course, you may have noticed outside there's an amazing exhibition. If you didn't take part of it, it's a great way for you to network. There's some business tools there, as well as some really cool information that you can get about how to grow your business, how to become better, how to grow as an individual as well. If you didn't get to go a little bit earlier on, that's okay. It is still there for you to go during lunchtime today. Now, if you were here yesterday, you'll know that I wasn't really into the whole online events thing. I just feel like people weren't able to connect. So I'm going to help you guys today in the connecting process. So you're going to look at someone next to you, behind you, whatever it is. I'm going to ask you to do 3 things. The first one is you're going to greet them. Second thing is you're going to tell them your name. And thirdly, you're going to compliment them. So maybe you like their hair, you like their outfit. Maybe they'll tell you where they got their outfit as well, so you can go on a shopping spree. So 20 seconds, you can do that. I'm already seeing an outfit that I like over there. It's got some florals. Ma'am, I'm coming to you later for it. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, you can go to the back if you want to. I like your hair as well. Maybe I'll shave it off. Tell me where you got it shaved. I'm going to go as well. All right. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hopefully you are well acquainted with someone and that you've gotten to know someone a little bit better. We had a bit of a joke over here. These 2 gentlemen don't have any hair, so I've asked them where they got their hair shaved, so that may be numb. Afterwards, I'm going to shave my own head, who knows. But if you weren't with us yesterday, we had a fantastic morning as well as afternoon. We had a keynote address from the DDG of the Department of Higher Education and Training, which was fantastic. We had 18 finalists who were pitching to us yesterday. And let me tell you, the caliber of pitches was amazing. They had 3 categories. The first one was, I have a business idea. The second one was, I have a product or a service. And the third one was, I have paying customers. Tonight at the gala dinner, we're going to find out who those winners are. Guys, I am so excited, but equally as nervous for them, because 3 of them are walking away with 20,000 Rand each, and 3 of them are walking away with 10,000 Rand each to help kickstart their journeys. Yeah, it's amazing. So I'm looking forward to that. And of course, today we have got a jam-packed day with nothing but spectacular speakers and of course, really great parallel discussions where you get to learn, where you get to grow, and also hopefully network with some people as well. You never know who you could meet. You could meet someone who can open a door for you. You could meet someone who you could potentially work with in the future as well. So take the opportunity to meet new people and expand your knowledge as well. But for now, I'm going to welcome our first speaker for today. He is the senior manager at the Allen Gray Makers. Please help me welcome Seth Mooley.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto stage Seth Mooley.
Morning everyone and welcome to Allen Gray Makers Fest 2022. We've made it and it's good to see the energy in the room. Can we give a round of applause to our MC? She's doing such a great job. And Claire, thank you so much. Also welcome to our esteemed guests, Mr. Nhlanhla Nene, Trevor Manuel, thank you so much for being here, and the CEO of Insita, Ms. Gugu, thank you so much for being here. Also to our esteemed panelists, if you wave your hand in the air just so we can recognize you, our panelists and speakers. We have 25 speakers on stage today, and the goal is really to inspire you to talk about what the future of the trades looks like and ignite this passion for entrepreneurship for you and for what the country needs currently. And also a big shout out to the EXCO of AGPSA. Thank you for joining us today, Roshan and Butle, much appreciated. Also to the AGPSA talent, this program, today's program, yesterday's program would not be accomplished without the great support. They're all sitting in the back, running around. So if you see them wearing Makers shirts, just give them a coffee, give them a Red Bull, because they have not slept. So I just want to appreciate you. And also the AG Makers team, thank you so much. And also to our CEO, Ms. Mkita Peter, thank you for your support as well. Also, our special guests, the makers, the entrepreneurs, the TVET students, the TVET finalists. Can we just stand? There they are. Yeah, you can stand. The finalists, 24 this year and 6 from last year. Also our Makers Hub Association members, these are alumni. Could you wave your hands as well? The Makers, stand so we can see you guys. These are artists and business owners. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today. We're so thrilled that you're here. This program is for you. It's to inspire you. It's to ensure that you're connected to the ecosystem and ensure that there's collaborations. For the makers, for the students who have pitched ideas, we've got people who actually have built those businesses that you're pitching. So please connect with them. Ask them to show you your next client, to give you the next client on the side so that at least you can start working, right? That's very important. Mine is very short and sweet. I just want to introduce to you Allen Gray Makers as a whole so that you understand our mission and our vision. Our vision is to have an empowered, prosperous, productive, engaged South African citizenry thriving in ethical societies with dignity and hope. And our mission is really to attack poverty in South Africa by investing and nurturing in responsible technical entrepreneurs who help to accelerate meaningful employment while embodying ethical leadership. That is the reason that we exist, and I'm pretty sure you saw in the video from Mr. Gray, that was his long-term view for South Africa as well. Now, Allen Gray Makers is made up of 3 big work streams. Today, you're participating in the movement. Some of you have participated in the Makers Academy, and then there's Makers Hub. But for those of you who don't know, the Makers Academy, we're working in the TVET colleges. Ooh, I've forgotten to just give a big thank you to our TVET coordinators and principals. Can you wave your hand in the air? Because the students wouldn't be here without you. There's about 80 of you. Can we give them a bigger round of applause, students? Because you wouldn't be here without them. And as we engage with you this week, we've heard that a lot of you are doing this. You're not paid to do this. You're volunteering your time. And so we just want to appreciate you and recognize you for all the hard work that you've done. And we've got some exciting things in stores for you today. So please make sure you go to your sessions so we can really encourage you and support you too. Without you, we will not have these students that start businesses. So I want to acknowledge you and thank you for being here today. So at the Makers Academy, we focus on igniting this pipeline of entrepreneurial talent. And yesterday we had the finals for the inter-college competition where 24 finalists really pitched their business ideas. I still don't know who won. I'm not allowed apparently because of security reasons. And my wife is here as well just to make sure I'm protected. Thank you for joining us, love. Thank you so much. But it's essential that we know the finalists who win tonight. So please make sure that you attend the gala dinner. It's going to be amazing. We've got some exciting things. So what happens at the Makers Academy is we ignite this pipeline of entrepreneurial talent through learning through play, through competitions, through entrepreneurial education. And then in the Makers Hub, we support the start and growth of existing businesses. So we've got some students who've started businesses, of Startup Hub. Any Startup Hub participants here? Raise your hands in the air. Maybe they come. Oh, there they are. Can we just acknowledge them as well very quickly? 6 months ago, these students were unemployed. They joined our program and now they have registered their businesses. They've actually done one job, like a complete job where they've been paid for that. And so our goal is to support them to grow those businesses. And so we do that through our Startup Hub. And then the Makers Movement is what you're sitting in today, where we build this enabling ecosystem of support through you, our partners, to ensure that the entrepreneurial ecosystem for makers are well supported and the barriers are lifted so that students who start businesses and those that have existing businesses can flourish and grow. A big thing you need to know about the group of Alan Gray Philanthropies, we have a long-term view when it comes to impact and social impact work. In 2005, the Alan Gray Orbis Foundation was started by Mr. Gray, and thereon, other entities have been established. E Squared, we have Gladwin here from E Squared. That's the funding mechanism that funds fellows, and we're hoping very soon that we'll be funding makers. We also have Funda Wande, our CEO, Nangamso, is here as well. Thank you for joining us. It's the teaching fellowship, no pressure, Gladwell, but we have put a little bit of pressure. And then we have other entities that focus on innovative programming in South Africa. One of those is Alan Gray Makers. And I also just want to recognize Bluchle Dlamini, who's in charge of the social innovation and incubation. He comes up and establishes these new entities. So can we give a round of applause to my boss? Thank you so much. Great boss. At PMP, at Performance Management, you'll note that, sir. And then we've got all these group of various entities in Rwanda and Ethiopia. We've got Jasiri that focuses on talent investor for high impact entrepreneurs. So when it comes to our focus and goals, we really have a long-term view. And so any participants that are joining Alan Gray Makers, we're not a fly-by-night. We're here for the long term. We're here to support you through and through. So when you start your business, till the time you have issues with your business, we're here to support you. And then I want to leave you with this quote from Mr. Gray, and it says the following. He says, in the coming years, there will emerge from diverse communities a new generation of high-impact, responsible entrepreneurs, individuals of passion, integrity, and innovation, who will be at the forefront of the continuing economic and social transformation of this region. These individuals will be ambassadors of the power of initiative, determination, and excellence, acting as role models that many more will follow in their pioneering footsteps. We want to live out this vision by supporting you, TVET students and our Makers Hub alumni, to ensure that you are the pioneers in the artisan space, to ensure that you have support, that you have people that are cheering you on, that are connecting you with access to market, access to finance, and access to mentors. That is my short speech just to introduce you to the day. Now I'm going to introduce someone very special to the group of philanthropies. She is a visionary CEO. Please, would you have a warm round of welcome to our CEO, Ms. Zimki Tapita, who will be introducing Mr. Trevor Manuel and Mr. Fanfanele.
Sorry, I just had to do that, sir. Molweni, ninjani. Ndiyaphila. Nguzimkhitha waseGqeberha. Really excited to have you here today. I'm not going to take too much time because we really started a little bit late, and apologies for that. The next session, just about 3 speakers I'm going to introduce following each other. In isiXhosa kuthiwa inyathi ibuzwa kwabaphambili. But someone asked what if abaphambili zange bayibona inyathi. Then we are, but we brought abaphambili. Hopefully they've seen the inyathi. I think they've seen the inyathi, and they will be sharing with us today. So really excited. Wanted to acknowledge also anyone else from the Ellen Robbins Foundation. Nyaks, you're here. Thank you so much for coming, and anyone else that I might not see. So really privileged today. The people that I'm introducing really need no introduction at all. But I wanted to share one thing. Both of them, when we sent an invitation for them to come, they accepted without even blinking or thinking. And we're thinking we're going to have to go through PAs and executive assistants and gatekeepers and. Mr. Ntlantla responded directly. I think it shows you from the phone. I think he responded from wherever he was. We're absolutely privileged to have Mr. Ntlantla Nene, absolutely privileged to have Mr. Trevor Manuel, I call him Booty, who is actually a board member of the Ellen and Jill Gray Philanthropy SA, and makes sure at every board meeting we never forget how important this program is. Doesn't matter how many other exciting ideas we try to bring to the table, like Funda Wande, AG Makers, Pala Wande, at every board meeting. So absolutely excited to have you and being part of this great work. And later on we'll hear from Caritas Chincholo, whom I had the privilege of interviewing when he was in grade 12. And I left the interview and I paused it and I went outside and I cried because I felt I've met the future of South Africa. And absolutely, absolutely, it's a pleasure. He's very busy. He didn't blink twice. So to all three of you, so we don't waste time, thank you so much for honoring our invitation. Thank you so much for being here today. We're really excited to hear your views about the future. So we can take the experience of the old and merge it with the energy of the young, and hopefully together we'll build something for our country. Really honored, and over to you, Mr. Manuel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto stage Mr. Trevor Manuel.
Enkosi kakhulu sisi wami. Sanibonani. Dumelang. Zimkita, thank you very much for the invitation. You know, one of the great privileges I have is to serve on the board of the Ellen and Jill Gray Philanthropies. It's a privilege in my life. The privilege comes from the many great opportunities that we encounter being part of this wonderful organization. And in the philanthropies, Zimkita ran through some of these names, but you've got to pause or go online and see, what is Funda Wande? What is it, and what difference will it make going forward? And as it spins out into Balawande, it brings hope to children who come from homes where there aren't books, there aren't the many things that we take for granted. It's an exciting program. And there's a Jake's Caravel initiative that is focused on creating a generation of teachers who teach because they love education. Not for a job, but because they love education. And then there's 10KJ, where we've worked with a number of organizations to create jobs, because jobs for young people is one of the scarce items in South Africa. And then, of course, the one that we want to celebrate today is Ellen Gray Makers. I've always been very excited by it, and when the founder, the late Ellen Gray, first spoke about the idea, I think a number of us were already excited. It was just an idea. And part of what we're seeing together now is the way in which this idea is finding space. So yesterday, I went off to the office to meet Zimkita and Bushle. And there they thrilled me. They told me the stories, they gave me some of the detail of what the makers are doing, and I was very excited when I left there yesterday. More excited than when I went when I arrived at the office. And as I went home, there was a song that played in my head. Now, some of you may be too young. But it's a late 1980s song by Tracy Chapman. The name of the song is talking about a revolution. And through the night, I was lying in bed, and this song was playing in my head. Because in my mind, what is happening here is that we're talking about a revolution in South Africa. You see, the last words of that song say, and finally the tables are turning. Because when you grow up in South Africa and you're poor and you feel everything is stacked against you, you need that moment where the table turns in your favor, and that is the revolution we must speak about. And that is the revolution that Alan Gray Makers brings. So I want to be clear, not a violent revolution, not even an argumentative revolution. We can argue here and there, but not an argumentative revolution. But it's a revolution that changes the way we act, what we see, what we measure, because of what we believe. There are many things wrong in this country, and I want to just digress and talk about them. I get very deeply hurt when I see that there's new forms of discrimination practiced, where we say this one is too dark to go to our hospital. That one doesn't speak the same language as I do. They shouldn't be allowed in our hospital. What have we become? You see, our Constitution says South Africa belongs to all who live in it. What have we become? And we must never allow that kind of behavior to shape who we are and how we relate to each other. We must call it out because it's wrong. And then, let me look for nyaga nyaga. There is what passes for empowerment. You see, big companies find black shareholders. They say, look, we'll make you a shareholder. And every year you will get a dividend. What do we do for that? Nothing. And we call that empowerment. And so the companies tick a box because the act requires you to tick that box, and you continue doing what you've always done, but now you say we're an empowered company. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't require any action of people who call themselves empowered by that process. Now, I want to be clear about the fact that apartheid excluded us from participation in the economy, and we do need ways to increase inclusion, but we must ensure that it is fully transformative. We must not relax about it because companies can check boxes that say, oh, we've got so many black shareholders. Real transformation and real empowerment comes from active participation. And that is the great opportunity in the revolution that Alan Gray Makers brings. Let's pause and let me just repeat from my perspective what Seth was saying earlier. We start with that group of determined young people who have skills. Frequently these are artisanal skills, but not only. They're electricians, they're plumbers, they're motor mechanics, they're carpenters. But that skill is not enough to start and sustain a business. There are a number of other things that are needed, and there's so much research, volumes and volumes that have been written about what causes business to fail. And in the transition from the day you say, I want to start a business, to the point where you can run it sustainably, pay taxes, pay your people, and so on, there are so many pitfalls. And so part of what Makers is about is understanding that the necessary skill, the artisanal skill, is the beginning of something. But for transformation, you need all of those other skills. And as Seth said, this is a program for pioneers. Those who have the spirit of willing lad. Popula Maliboho. The pioneers, those who are prepared to go where others have not quite been. Those are the makers. They are not just makers of things, they are makers of change in society. But in order to succeed, there's that internal transformation that needs to happen with each one of them. Because one of the early shifts is that realization, I'm moving from being just a worker to being an employer. It's a big change. The scale of the change is something that you've got to pause and think about, because if you're an employer, you can't come Friday or fortnight or month and say, "Ayikho mali." You have responsibility for the lives and livelihoods of the people who you've employed. It's a big change. And also means an attitudinal change. It means that you now have to take responsibility for all kinds of things. You now have to start planning. So that, one of the things we see around us, somebody gets a job, an electrical job. We've seen some of these things outside, and now they get paid. They put the money in the pocket, they go to the casino. But that's not running a business. That's getting money. It's abusing money. And you will only understand the difference when the educational input is there, and that is where Makers comes in. You see? And every step of the way needs to be planned, because as they say, if you fail to plan, then you plan to fail. And Makers is not about failing businesses. It's about rendering the support to ensure that somebody who's taken that big step can grow step by step from small businesses to big businesses and share that excitement. Zimkita has a list of all of these, or many of these businesses, how they've grown, what distinguishes them, where they've come from, and that's what excites us. I'm saying that when you begin to understand that, then you come back to Tracy Chapman. Don't you know they're talking about a revolution? And what the message from Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropies to every entrepreneur is, you are not alone. All who are gathered here are part of this revolution. Because we have the entrepreneurs, they raise their hands. We have the support systems in the TVET colleges where people say, I need to step out further. There are mentors, and there are other people who can link the entrepreneurs into other sources of support. It's an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem that recognizes that we are because you are. It's an ecosystem that gives life to Ubuntu in the business space. And every business is an individual business. Every business has their own needs. Every business owner is different. And so every business needs to be nurtured and supported differently. Not in order to take away the responsibility, but so that people who've taken the big step know that there's somebody available who will be there for me, because times can be very tough. And part of that ecosystem needs to focus on those access points that are so vital in small business. Access to money. You can't go to Mashonisa and hope that you will be able to build a business off the interest rates you've paid. It's as basic as that. You will end up in debt and you will never get out of that trap. Secondly, you need access to markets. How do markets work? Where can I take my product? What do people need to know about me and what I've started? You need access to technology. We've seen fantastic technology. That maybe it's just for electricians, but we've seen it outside here in virtual reality. That kind of technology will become every day in the workspace, and we need access to those kinds of things. And then we need access to people who have some skill, but more importantly, have the determination to work and be part of these businesses. Those 4 access points are vital. You can never build a business without them. And then the businesses each need to distinguish themselves. There are some of you who may have been at school together, you went to the same TVET college, you did apprenticeships in something together, now you've each started a business, but you each want to build separately. And that's important about this, the energy of the ecosystem. But we need to understand that inside the business, people who make the difference is something else. I've seen that, motor mechanics know that the petrol price, when it increases, means that their customers don't want to spend too much money on petrol. There are things they can do for their customers. I've seen in the Western Cape, and maybe we must go to Gqeberha, you and I, where there's no water, because smart plumbers will find ways of providing and assisting their customers. And when there's load shedding, the smart electricians will find the ways that make a difference. And the smart carpenters and cabinet makers will be around and watch where houses are being built and where people move to and be available and render their services. And that is what will build the businesses we speak of. But businesses like this, will only grow if its founders have curiosity and imagination. Thanks. Yeah? Nokutringa. You must be able to read the situation around you all the time and not merely be satisfied with doing what has been done before. And if you understand that and you look at the history of entrepreneurship, in one of the early slides they had Steve Jobs. And we all use Apple products. And if you look at how it came about, and just bear in mind, Steve Jobs did not finish a university education. It's a different kind of energy. It's an imagination. Thanks. It's an imagination. It's a curiosity. It's a driving force. Or you can look at names that we take for granted now that started very small. There was a chap in Germany who had the unfortunate first name of Adolf. His surname was Dassler. So he didn't want the full Adolf, he called himself Adi Dassler. And he sat in, his mother was a seamstress, and he used the machines and he tried to perfect shoes for athletes. He started alone. And today when you see the 3 stripes that this guy is wearing here, Adidas, it's Adidasla, and the way in which he went about it. Or you can look at the universities. 2 university students were playing American football, and the clothes that they had to play in always chafed them and hurt them. And so they played around with undergarments initially and fabrics and so on, and they built these clothes that you could wear under your sports clothes. It's called Under Armour. Two guys who went from university campus to university campus, from locker room to locker room, to persuade students playing sport that this was the product that made a difference. And now it's hard to walk down the street and not see that UA. And in the same way in South Africa, drip footwear. And Tsepo jeans. They start small, and that is the belief system. And that is where understanding that so much depends on the energy inside of you becomes part of what Alan Gray Makers needs to unlock inside of yourselves. I want to conclude with a few appeals. The first is, and I want to repeat what Seth said, and I'm sure it is core to your training. Always remain ethical. Always remain ethical. And you'll see, you're trying to get by, and somebody gets a tender, and you think that's the way in life, and that is not the way in life. That is the way to an orange overall. Always be ethical. The second bit of advice I want to give you is trust the judgment of the person in the mirror. Know yourself, believe in yourself, think through problems, and trust your judgment. You know, the person who will speak after me and I work together in an area that people said we couldn't do. I think we were able to prove those people wrong because we trusted ourselves and we trusted each other. And you build an infrastructure. Yeah, I said I'm concluding, don't worry. So let me conclude then by saying, let me conclude by saying to every entrepreneur or prospective entrepreneur, thank you again for your courage and leadership, because your attitude is a change that South Africa needs. I know that people who commit to starting a business will always add more value than those who hang around hotel lobbies waiting for some BEE deal. This gathering, this makers gathering, is about discussing a way of being and it's a way of living. I repeat, we're talking about a revolution. But just so that you know that I don't only know Tracy Chapman, I want to share with you a short line from Bob Marley's Redemption song. You see, Nhlanhla Nene and I are actually Rastafarians, but in the secret service of Rastafari, so you can't notice us because you can't see our dreads. You see, Bob Marley says, none but ourselves can free our minds. None but ourselves can free our minds. I want you to say it with me. None but ourselves can free our minds. None but ourselves can free our minds. Siyabulela kakhulu.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto stage Mr. Nhlanhla Nene.
You know, Trevor, you are always a very difficult act to follow. The lineup is completely skewed. You shouldn't have done it the way you did it, guys. Yeah. So, firstly, we share this hairstyle that he has now so aptly described what it is, Secret Service of the Rastafarians. But you said earlier, ibuzwa kwabaphambili, ngayibuza kuyena. Yes. Thank you, Program Director. Please don't do what you did to Trevor when you want to chase me out away from there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that the part of salutations has been dealt with. Let me start by saying, Trevor ended by giving us 3 advices. Let me start by saying what I think we are about today. 3 things. Young people, the things they can make using their technical and vocational skills, and the businesses they can or have created to sell the thing that they make. These 3 things, ladies and gentlemen, come together nicely in a program run by this foundation, which the organizers have told me aims, and I quote, to nurture and grow responsible technical and vocational entrepreneurs. And by doing so, increase employment in the country. We always talk about employment without talking about where employment is going to come from. Because we think employment is going to create itself, and then we go out there with our certificates looking for jobs, and jobs will be available. But here, you're talking about makers. You're talking about the shakers, the people that will create those jobs, not the people that will look for those jobs. And now, these makers are innovative in nature, and that's precisely what Trevor was talking about, and he mentioned quite a few of those people that actually came up with things because they thought outside of the box, they looked for what was not there, they saw a challenge in the crisis and a problem as an opportunity, and it is where the jobs came from. In solving somebody else's problem, when you have a problem, you are an opportunity to an entrepreneur. Always, and that's how it works. Now, I wholeheartedly endorse this approach because it is the correct approach. You know, you say, Zimkita, we responded so quickly. You know, I actually responded before I checked my diary. It's because of what was on the table. I looked at this, I said, oh my goodness. You know, here are people who are actually doing something about. And, you know, I'll talk about some of the figures here that are bandied about and researches that have been made, but none about solutions. And you guys are coming up with solutions to these, you know, challenges that we're faced with: unemployment, poverty, and economies that are not growing. You cannot grow an economy with existing institutions and companies. There needs to be new ones, always, these green shoots. They need to come up. That's where we are going to see economic growth and economic development. Now, this starts where South Africans should be directing their efforts. First, our efforts, if we as a country are to reduce unemployment. The first calculation that policymakers and societal partners should start with is how much business must be created to, for example, have unemployment. The first calculation should not be about how many jobs we want to create. That's because job creation is the outcome of something else. Jobs don't create themselves, I've said so. They're created by people who start businesses, the outcome of which is job creation. The obsession with job creation runs the risk of distorting public policy and shifting effort and resources to projects that don't create jobs. You come up with a brilliant idea, but instead of that project creating jobs, perhaps it takes away jobs. And that is why I'm enthused by the initiative that has brought us together today. I see in it great possibilities, so much so that I wonder how it can be turned into a national movement. It must be bigger than this. You need to attract more partners. It needs to grow, because you're doing it, I mean, it's quite big, and there couldn't have been a better way of celebrating and paying tribute to the founder of Alan Gray, the old man himself, and may his soul rest in peace, than what you guys are doing. You guys have touched the nub of what the country needs, the real heart of our challenges. We have plenty of other initiatives that are focused on creating jobs. Let's talk about the creation of jobs. It should permeate many engagements, both public and private. It's time we changed the focus. A place to start is the use of education system to sharpen the entrepreneurial mindsets of young people and raise awareness of starting a business as a sound alternative to seeking employment. Earlier, when I arrived, we were having coffee, and there was a lot of caffeine in that coffee, and I ended up, telling stories. Old men like telling stories. So I was telling a story. I was telling a story about how difficult it is for me in our small town to find a plumber. The nearest place you can find a plumber from Greytown or Kranskop is in Pietermaritzburg. But only to find that the person who comes with the tools to do the work works for a company in Pietermaritzburg, but he comes from that area. He comes from that area, but he went to Pietermaritzburg to look for a job, a plumbing job, and he got employed. So now I have to pay call-out fees for somebody to come from Pietermaritzburg, and when he's here, he says, no, because this job is done on a Friday, I'm not going back to Pietermaritzburg, I'm going to go home. I say, where's home? No, I'm a Kabili. Not too far from Granskop. So, but that's how difficult it is. There's a guy, another story I told, who's an auto electrician. My kids always ask me, when is Tony Wheeler ever clean? He is so busy, he doesn't find time to look after himself. If you want him to fix your car, you have an electrical problem. He tells you where to bring it, even if you have to tow it there, because he will fix your car there and run because he's going elsewhere. He can't, be able to reach to come to your place because he's the only auto electrician in the area. And I can bet you, there's so many of them, but they are not in Kranskop. They are not in Greytown. So in short, this initiative is at the core of your foundation's three-pronged approach that you spoke about to equip technically talented youth with entrepreneurial skills and expose them to build their confidence in taking the entrepreneurial route, to nurture the technical and vocational business to grow, and to create an enabling ecosystem that allows responsible entrepreneurs. Now, you work with the TVETs, the institutions that have been overlooked for a very long time. We speak about them, they are in our education system, but we haven't been paying the attention to them that they deserve, and you guys have actually done. That's the revolution that Trevor is talking about. It is indeed a revolution. The projection for the 2022-23 fiscal year is that there will be 620,000 students in TVET institutions across the country. Now, the case for increasing young entrepreneurs to address unemployment is one that is supported by global evidence. As I said, there are quite a number of reports. In its 2021 review of the South African economy, the World Bank, Trevor will know about this, said, and I quote, they said, young entrepreneurs are one of South Africa's best hopes for solving the jobs crisis. Did we hit the call? It's a crisis, by the way, that affects young people the most. The incidence of unemployment among young people is twice as high, or more among the older age groups. More than 60% of people aged 15 to 24 years old are unemployed and looking for work when using the narrow definition. And using the expanded definition, which includes those who are unemployed but have stopped looking for work, the rate increases to more than 70%. Among 25 to 34-year-olds, this rate is in the 40s or on a narrow basis, and early 50s on an expanded definition. The World Bank, again, in that same report, noted that South Africa had a very low self-employment rate when compared with peer upper middle income countries, in particular Brazil, Mexico, and Turkey. Self-employment accounts for only 10% in South Africa of all jobs, versus the 30% in most peer upper middle income countries. So what you guys are doing, they say if South Africa were just to match the self-employment rate of its peers, just moved to 30%, with all other things remaining equal, it would increase the number of workers by about 3.5 million people, or about half of people who are currently unemployed. These are staggering figures, but these are stats that this can be achieved. But the reason why it can't be achieved is because we try to look for this growth in what already exists instead of creating what doesn't exist. Now, put differently, to reduce unemployment by half, South Africa must create 3.5 million self-employers. However, as a country, because each self-employed creates jobs for more than one. You feed many families by creating that employment. Even the smallest, at the end of the day, that's where employment lies. It lies in the small-scale industries that would actually be in a process of growing until they reach a point where they stop creating jobs. So no matter how much resources you pump into those developed industries, they are not going to create more jobs. Instead, they're going to mechanize and do even better and improve their margins without looking at how much jobs have been created. It now advises two things, and Trevor spoke about some of these, hurdles that you need to, jump over in order to be able to get to the top in small business. One, that is recommended by that study, is a relaxation of legal constraints and rules that prevent the development of these economic activities. Red tape is one of the things, Trevor, you also identified in drafting the National Development Plan, which I hope is not gathering dust some way this time around. And two, scaling up programs that provide both entrepreneurial training and startup grants to address other barriers to entry. That's what you guys are doing. It notes that partly for historical reasons, South Africa has stringent regulations that constrain entrepreneurs and freelance and own account workers more than in other upper middle income countries. I'm sure that some of the people present here today can confirm this. If they were to talk about the hurdles they have had to jump to set up and run their businesses. Now, as the foundation has demonstrated, one of the ways of creating self-employers is by encouraging and nurturing students in technical and vocational trade educational institutions to create their own businesses instead of seeking employment or swelling the ranks of the unemployed. Here too, there is lots of global experience to draw on. United Nations has, among other things, been advocating for the development of entrepreneurship ecosystems as one of the ways to help achieve sustainable development, the sustainable development goals. Now, to become a successful entrepreneur, one requires a mix of knowledge, skills, and attitude, just a change of mindset. Just a change of mindset. Now, the UNESCO UNIVOC, the International Center for Technical and Vocational Education, uses the example of the Basque country, Basque in Spain, to illustrate how entrepreneurial learning in technical and vocational training institutions can be built into a mainstream movement, which you guys have built into your model. This country, or this area, has made entrepreneurial learning as one of the pillars of its education system. Now, entrepreneurship is now mainstreamed at government policy level and is aligned with a range of other public policies, including gender equality. Basque is now, it now has a government agency that promotes innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship for all vocational education and training. You know, ladies and gentlemen, that could not have been, there's no better idea or better initiative than the one whose time has come. It has come. Now, though our focus today is on helping young people use their technical and vocational skills to start and build their own businesses, it should be borne in mind that the entrepreneurial attitudes and behaviors have benefits even for those who may decide to seek employment. This is because at the core of entrepreneurship is the ability to turn ideas into action. It's a key competence that any employer prizes in employees. You know, the innovation that you bring into the business grows the business, and that's where things begin to move. Now, in conclusion, brace yourself for another 30 minutes. I I plead with the organizers here, you guys, and fellow South Africans, that we should turn this initiative that is about raising entrepreneurship rates among our young people, turn it into a national initiative. One that permeates every aspect of public policy and national discourse. You have started something. This revolution must not stop. And we're here. If there is anything we can do, it would be our absolute, there is nothing I envy as being part of a winning team and take credit for something I didn't do. As they say, success is as many parents, whilst failure is an orphan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Mr. Trevor Manuel as well as Mr. Nhlanhla Nene. I think as an Alan Gray Fellow, my candidate fellow, and a young person myself, and I think the 18 finalists and the 6 winners from last year, we can share the same sentiments. As Usisi Mkita said, we want to learn from people of your caliber who are wiser than us, older than us, and more knowledgeable than us, and we can meet and hopefully change the world someday. So thank you so much for coming today to inspire each and every single one of us. I think there's one thing that we can all take from you today, and that is that ideas really need to come into action in order for us to really make a difference in the world. So thank you once again. We've got another inspirational speaker who's going to be coming onto the stage this morning for us. He is the co-founder and CEO of Kula, which operates nationwide with over 100 suppliers and 3,000 products. Please help me welcome Caritas Chinzolo. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the app of the year goes to Kula!
Now, last night was the MTN Business Awards, and there was huge applause on stage as the announcement of the best app of the year went to
Kula. The Kula app. Kula says it's creating African solutions for African problems.
To Kula Agriculture.
This game changer, literally leveling the planting fields.
Kula app has connected these farmers in South Africa directly.
Kula app, I am in a position to track my records.
If you haven't heard of the name Kula before, I'm seriously worried because it's a fast-growing tech company in the South African agriculture industry.
Now, where has Kula been hiding? That's the big question. We've been in the farms, in the field, in the trenches. We've been in Thohoyandou, in Hazyview, in Brits, working with real farmers, big farmers, small farmers, medium-sized farmers. And we're finally excited to roll out one of the products in our ecosystem, the Kula Inputs app for the production side of your business. The fact is, technology is hitting agriculture like a bullet train. Either you get hit by it, left behind, or you get on board.
Kula has partnered with very big reputable companies. Farmers can order inputs at the convenience of their home.
They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And I think that was born in agriculture. And the Kula interaction becomes so exciting. It provides a platform to gain access to a market that is complex, it's fragmented.
The input marketplace of Kula is another great example of how technology can be leveraged to the most optimal.
Sanmunani, Ninjani. In my world, Islum was belong with 6 on a Friday. But I've been brought here, so I have to open my English up again, so I'll try. Usually 6 p.m. on a Friday, I close my English and then open it on a Monday, but it's fine. My name is Caritas. I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of Kula. I come from Ekasi. I'm a Kasi boy. And where I come from, we have a way that we greet, which I'll teach you. When I say Heta Hola, you must say Woi Woi. Eta hola. Eta hola. Woi woi. Eta hola. Cool. So I think it's always difficult to share the Kula story. Just take it down a notch. And I think I want to try and be as relatable as possible, because quite often when somebody stands in front of you, there's a big, actually this podium is even intense, you know, there's a big barrier between you and me, you know, you kind of see me on stage and you sitting there, and there's almost an implicit, he's made it and whatnot, and I want to try and kind of help you to relate to my story. Like I said, I'm from Ekasi. I grew up in a shack, I think until the age of 7, and then grew up in an RDP house in Kangala, RDP, that's where I grew up. And I just want to try and share a little bit of the Kula journey with you. So I think one thing that I learned, I guess, through the Alan Gray journey, I think it was the first time where they gave a name to something that I'd been doing my whole life, which is problem solving, right? And I think I remember the first business I actually started, I think I was age 7. And my mom couldn't afford to, it was one Christmas where she couldn't afford to get me Christmas clothes. And if you don't have Christmas clothes, you know, it's tough, you know what I mean? And she'd try and get clothes that I haven't seen before, but they don't have that smell, you know, there's that, kids know, you know? And I remember after that Christmas, I was like, you know what, this year I need to try and make some money so that I can save up so that when December comes, I can actually get Christmas clothes. And I remember the problem I identified at the time, Ekasi, you have cheese boys, which I'm seeing a lot of here. You're what we call cheese boys, your PlayStation, your Xbox kids, you know. And then you have us on the other side of town who have to kind of make everything ourselves. And I remember on both sides of town, we all liked wire cars. Until this day, there's no corporation or formal business that's figured out how to make wire cars properly. The best wire cars are made in Lokshini, and they're made in Ekasi. So I remember actually gathered, and I was like 7. I gathered a bunch of my friends. I'm sorry, but we stole like a fence. And then we sat in my yard, and we made as many wire cars as possible. And I told my friends at school, Uti, Saturday, 2 p.m., I'll be FOA, Niza Nabazaliben. And they would bring their parents, and they would buy these wire cars from me. And I remember I would sell one wire car for $50, and then I would give the guy who actually made it $30, and then I would keep 20 for every wire car that was made. And I ran that throughout the year. I sold sweets in class, I had a car wash, I did so many things. And I remember when I saw the Alan Gray application thing, I was like, what's an entrepreneur? You know, it felt so foreign to me, it felt so far. But actually I didn't realize that I'd been doing this thing throughout my entire life, you know what I mean? And I think sometimes there's a barrier, whether it's called entrepreneurship, whether it's me being on stage or something like that. And all it is actually problem solving. It's actually you finding a particular gap or finding a pain point and then solving that pain point. It's as simple as that. So I don't know who came up with the word entrepreneur. I feel like whoever, the people who come up with these English words, we must talk to them. You know, we need like a lighter word because, you know what I mean? All it is problem solving. You find a pain point and then you solve a problem. You know what I mean? And, you know, people call it business people. These are all heavy words that are actually that are difficult for you to attach yourself to because you're a business person or you're an entrepreneur, entrepreneurship and all that kind of stuff. But all it is problem solving. You find a pain point, you solve for that pain point, and then you build a business case on that. And I want to show you how we did that with Kula. And I think you saw a little bit of our journey in the video, but this is, in everything that I'm going to show you, it's this same kid. Oh, is it not loading? Hey. Is it coming? Yeah. Just check your internet connection there. But I wanted to show you, this is the same kid who started Kula. I think around this time I was around 19 or 20. I'm using a Google slide presentation. Just try to refresh it. But anyway, where we started with everything we've achieved to date, all we started was with the VW Polo, and we were loading spinach on the back of a VW Polo. That's where this whole journey started. I think today we've built pretty solid business. We're operating nationwide. We've got local and international partners. We've got over 200 distribution points nationwide. We're serving about 11,000 farmers or so nationwide. But our whole journey literally began with a VW Polo and spinach, And I think one of the big things about entrepreneurship is that a lot of people feel like, you're waiting for funding. And so there's nothing I hate more than that, which is a common thing you hear in South Africa. No, we can't start businesses because there's no money, there's no funding, and it's all funding. But one thing I've learned throughout my life is that you start where you are. And I think that's a big lesson that I want to leave with everybody, is that all you need to do, please try to sort it out. I'm going to put out some interesting slides later. But the big thing with entrepreneurship, the hardest thing more than anything is actually the starting. The actual taking the leap and actually doing the starting. And I remember with Kula, not me or my co-founders, we have no agricultural background. So we actually had no knowledge of the industry. When we came in, we knew nothing about agriculture. I think all we knew at the time was when my business partner, Matt, actually took a trip to Israel. And he came back and he couldn't stop talking about all the agricultural innovation that he had seen that side, right? And me, I did actuarial science, so I knew nothing about actuarial science. I'm just like a numbers guy. I knew nothing about agriculture, but the numbers just didn't make sense, Africa actually has about 2/3 of the world's arable land. So 2/3 of land where you can plant food and it actually grows is on the African continent, right? And about 2/3 of our entire population completely depends on agriculture for an income. So you've got a continent where we pretty much have all the arable land in the world, and almost everyone is a farmer, but we still import about $40 billion of food into the continent. This didn't make sense, right? We then looked into the industry a bit more. You've got about 570 million farms worldwide. So if you were to spread the whole global population per farm, you could put about 12 to 15 people per farm. That's just how high the number of farms is, right? And most of the world's vulnerable communities are actually dependent on agriculture for an income. But more than anything, we're inspired by this industry because it speaks to basic needs. So it speaks to food, it speaks to clothing. We always say in the office, we're in an industry where that people can't subscribe or unsubscribe out of. You have to eat. You ate yesterday, you're going to eat later. It's like the best industry to be in. You ate in the morning, you're going to eat tomorrow. I can guarantee you're going to eat the day after. You know what I mean? And all we knew at this time was this industry was interesting, but we didn't know what we were going to go in for. And the other lesson there is that you don't need to be an expert to start in a particular industry, right? The fact that we did not come from industry actually turned out to be our biggest advantage, right? Because when we came into the industry, it was shocking how difficult it was for farmers to sell their products, right? And I'm going to explain it to you just now. So a farmer takes all the risk. They plant for months and months, and they plant for the whole season, right? And if you're an emerging farmer, the only real market where you can sell your produce is something called the fresh produce markets, right? When you take your product there, it's a big, big mess. You're not guaranteed that your product is going to sell. So they put it on the floor, and it's sold on consignment. So you take it there, and you literally hope for the best, right? Number two, you don't know what price your product is actually going to sell at. So you have to trust the agent at the market to actually tell you, one, you trust that he's telling you the truth when he says what price your product actually sold at. And because you're dealing with a perishable product, it's not like a shoe. If spinach is 10 Rand today, it's not 10 Rand tomorrow. And it's 5 Rand tomorrow, and then it's 2 Rand the next day, right? It's a perishable product. So for us, when we came into this industry, it's like, what the heck? You know what I mean? How is everybody okay with the industry functioning in this fashion? The reason you have so many, I think you have almost over 1 million farmers, if you had to count the small-scale farmers in South Africa, right? But they stay small. And the reason they stay small is because the whole system is pretty much designed to keep them small, right? Because how can you grow when you're not sure where your thing is going to sell at, you're not sure where it's going to sell, how much it's going to sell for, if it's going to sell, when it's going to sell, and then when it does sell, they take 15% out of everything that you have actually sold. And that's where the idea for Kula began. And we're like, you know what? We went to the physical fresh produce market in Joburg, spent some time there, And we figured out that the produce from these farmers was actually finding its way to the formal market. So it was ending up at the pretty hotel like here. It was ending up at the supermarket, but there were like 4 or 5 people sitting between the farmer and the customer. And it didn't make sense to us because the same spinach, I'll give an example. Spinach at the market goes for, depending on what time of the season, but for around R3.50 or so is what the farmer gets, right? And they lose about 15% of that entire R3.50 with all the problems that might go wrong. The guy who goes and picks it up, this guy is not a farmer. They don't plant, they don't have a farm, they just pick it up, load it in a spinach because they have the contract, right? And they go and they literally, remember, they would go from one side of the M1 and drop it off at ABSA, the ABSA building. They sell the exact same spinach for R10. They didn't plant it, they didn't take the risk, picked it up, sold it across the road. Or it goes to a processor. A processor takes the spinach, they chop it up, package it nicely, give it to a supermarket for R15. If anybody cooks here and you buy Woolies chopped spinach, you'll know it's around R35, R36, right? But the farmer who took all the risk, right? Who took all the risk, who took all the pain, who went through all the hassle, only got R3.50 in that entire chain. And then on the R3.50, they take 15% and they give it to the agent, hoping that the agent was telling the truth when they gave them the price and hoping that it sold on the first day. And we came in, we're like, what the heck? You know what I mean? And that's almost what entrepreneurship is about. Do you know what I mean? Coming into it, we didn't need experience. We didn't necessarily even need, full industry knowledge or whatever. We just came and we found a massive pain point. And we built Kula around solving for that pain point, allowing farmers to be able to provide access. And even then, I'll tell you how we got our first client. The first client we had was a spa, I think in Bryanston. I don't know how many times I went there, and they kept saying no. And they said, no, we have, processes and the supplier, we must load you, and we must onboard you. I was persistent every day. I went there and said, Chief, you must buy from us, you must buy from us. And then I was like, you know what, let me try a different strategy. Because I'm like, this spinach ends up here, but we just need to find a better way for you to get it from the farmer. So what I did, I took a few bunches of spinach, loaded it in the polo that you saw earlier, loaded it in the polo, got to Bryanston. I'm like, you know what, you see the spinach on your floor, it's looking sad. Look at this one that I have, it's looking nice, I'm going to give you this spinach for free. And I remember I gave him the stuff for free. He put it on the shelves. Between me driving from Bryanston to my place, he calls me, he's like, you know what, tomorrow, bring me 500 more bunches of that, right? And that's how we got our very first client. And I guess what I'm trying to say from our journey is that entrepreneurship, it's not a perfectly, one, there's no barrier. All it is problem solving. That's the one thing I want you to take. And then 2, all you need to start is you. There's no funding that needs to come. All you need is you. We had to look at what we had. I remember the guy didn't even know how we were delivering. Because at the back, you deliver at the back, right? In these big trucks, right? And we're in a polo. So he doesn't see where it came from. So I'd take this polo, I'd hoy it in between 2 trucks. And then we'd take the trolleys, and you'd just see the trolleys coming out. It would look like it came from the trucks, And, and entrepreneurial endeavor is all about that. You make do with what you have, and you start at the point that you are, right? And then from that, we've built a business that's now multi-layered. We realize that the challenges facing small-scale farmers in South Africa are insane. And it's almost like they're set up to fail. And even for them supplying to the formal market, we picked up a lot of things. It's difficult for them to get global GAP, local GAP certification, all that kind of stuff. And we built another platform, which is called our Input Marketplace. But essentially here, we help farmers basically get the stuff they need for them to be able to sell to a Pick and Pay, for them to be able to sell to a Woolies, for them to be able to sell to a Spar, right? And this is a platform that we built that's running. I'm not going to go too much into it. And while building this, we actually realized even another problem. And people wonder why things in the country aren't working. But anyway, that's a story for another day. And we realized that, okay, one, we're plugging these farmers in, but they were still picking up from distribution points, our distribution points in town. We started to figure out how do we actually get to where these farmers are. And we began setting up what we're calling Kula kiosks. And the idea is that a farmer in Tuba, a farmer in Kwakwa, wherever they might be in the country, they must get the same e-commerce experience that I get when I order my Uber, when I do my Uber Eats, or when I do whatever. And we've begun setting these up nationwide, getting to where the small-scale farmers are. So not only are we getting them the products that they need, we've partnered with big multinational corporations where we actually are also getting the technical service. Because the excuse the big companies are giving is that, look, the cost to serve is too high, which is a valid reason. I can't send out an expert to go sit with one hectare guy. But if in each location, which you can get them together, like what you see in the screen there, now we're able to get them the technical service that they need, they're able to get the support that they need. And now we're seeing farmers move from hand to mouth and move to a place where they're becoming more commercial, right? And then even on the financing side, you watch the news, there's always so many billion for agriculture, so many billion, but nobody knows where these billions actually end up or where they actually go, right? Because they're giving these billions, but the farmers are not in the format. That's another thing, which is what I ended as I wrap up just now. But they're not in the format that the financiers want them to be. It's like the money is there, but then the funder says, no, where's your audited financial statements? And the farmer is like, dude, I'm barely surviving, input costs are rising. You want me to take 100K and go do audited financial statements? Do you know what I mean? And there's just problems on problems on problems on problems. And essentially, our business and my entrepreneurial journey, Kula is not the first business I've started, has been built on problem solving. I love agriculture so much because it's just full of problems. You look left, you look right, it's just problem. And for me, it's a space that we can thrive in, so much so that our business has 3 business units, AKA there are many problems. You know what I mean? We had to set up even 3 business units to get our business going. And we've grown the business. We're one of the leading tech startups in the country, or leading early stage tech startups in the country. We've got users nationwide. I think that's that slide is outdated, about 11,000 or so throughout the country. And yeah, we've been recognized by Google. We've been recognized by many players. It's still a long journey that we have to go. But I think the key thing for you guys is that, one, is that I'm just like you. And we're Lokshini. I grew up in a shack. I couldn't afford Christmas clothes. I'm not saying I had the hardest conditions, but I didn't start off with the nice rail to kind of make it. So you and me are very much the same. Siafan. You know what I mean? On a Friday, I'm sure now it's Lungu as bad, So we are the same. And I'm just like you. And secondly, I don't want to only talk about Kula. I wanted to show you a business I started when I was younger, to pretty much say to you, you start with what you have. I was just a 7-year-old who couldn't get Christmas clothes, and I said, what can we do that the cheese boys can't make the wire cars? We can. Let's make them, and then we sold them. And I've done many businesses like that. So what I'm saying to you guys, that start where you are. It's not entrepreneurship. It's not business. It's not whatever. It's problem solving. Look at your immediate environment. Look at what pain points are in your sphere, what pain points are in the area where you operate. Find solutions for those pain points, and that's where entrepreneurship comes from. And secondly, you don't need funding to start. It's good to, yes, you need it to grow, absolutely, but to start, you don't need it. What you need is you, your 2 hands, your feet, your brain, and then you make the most in your heart, and you make the most with what you can, with the circumstances that you're given. So I hope a little bit of snippets of the Kula story makes sense to you, but start where you are. That's the most important. Once you've started, somebody once said entrepreneurship is like building a plane on the way down. And I think that's the most accurate way to describe entrepreneurship. So it's almost like you jump off the cliff first, and then while you're heading down to crash, you're building this plane as the ground is coming at you. And I think so that's one way to think about it. Like, you don't need to have it all figured out. I hope this made sense. If you have any questions, I'll still hang around. We can have a conversation. But start where you are. You only need you to start. And don't look at Kula and me as the business guy that came and stood in front. No, you and me, we're the same. You know what I mean? Start where you are. And yeah, you're what you need to start. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we're all really inspired by that and the story of how Kula came about and also just how relatable you are and wanted to make sure that we all can relate to you. I have a quick question for everyone. Who here has an idea who they believe can change the world? Okay, maybe not change the world or make an impact in their community at least. Who here has an idea that they believe can make an impact in their community, in the country, in the world, whatever? Let's see, by a show of hands. Okay, I'm seeing quite a lot of hands. Okay, who has acted on that idea and is continuously acting on it every day? Okay. All right, so I'm seeing about half of the people who said they have an idea who are actually acting on it. And I think one thing that we can take from our three really amazing speakers is that firstly, we need to trust the people that we see in the mirror. Secondly, we need to just start. We don't need to wait on funding to start. Start where you are and with what you have. And of course, actually act on that idea. I personally believe in each and every single one of you, and hopefully to those people who did put up their hands, you will be acting on those ideas very, very soon. So I just remembered, yesterday we created a really cool anthem, but we haven't done it not once today. So for those of you who don't know, whenever you hear me say AG, you're going to respond to me with makers. So AG, AG, AG. Nice. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then after the break, we're going to come back together and we're going to start with our panel discussions. Welcome back, everyone. Please get settled down. Thank you very much. If you are a TVET coordinator, your session is happening right now in the Silver Leaf room. So if you're one of the coordinators, we love you, but you're not supposed to be in this room. Follow Seth right over here. Seth has his hand up. You can just follow him to the Silver Leaf room. Thank you very much. All the TVET coordinators, follow Seth. And lecturers, thank you very much. And principals, all the TVET coordinators, principals, lecturers, staff members. Your session is happening in the Silver Leaf room. Okay, one more time, all the TVET coordinators, principals, staff members, your session is happening in the Silver Leaf room. Okay. It seems like most of them have left. Okay, perfect. Welcome to the first panel discussion. This one is called In Conversation with Entrepreneurs. Personally, I'm very excited for this, to hear about the entrepreneurship journey that they faced, where they are, where they see themselves going in the future. So I'll introduce our very first panelist for today. His name is Edward Muitapile. He is the founder of Renovate Mzansi, which is essentially a manufacturer of home improvement solutions. He employs about 7 people at the moment, and he has about 10 tradesmen who are currently buying from him every single month. So welcome, Edward. Thank you so much for joining us today. Yes, round of applause. Thank you, thank you. All right, our second panelist for today, he doesn't need an introduction. He was here a little bit earlier telling us about his journey. He is the co-founder and CEO of Kula. Please help me welcome Caritas. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, you can step on over that side. Our third panelist is Jabulani Malulega. He's the founder of Jarvis Automobile Services, which is an automotive company. Please help me welcome Jabulani. Thank you so much, Jabulani. Last but not least, this is a beautiful lady. I can see her sitting over there. Her name is Sibongile Sithole. This is the founder of MLPC Projects, who aims to enable the green energy economy and help drive transformation in Africa. What a mission. Wow. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate you. Lady over here amongst the thorns. What is it? The rose amongst the thorns, excluding me. You look great. Thank you so much for joining us. I think a great place to start is for each of you to tell us about your entrepreneurship journey. How did you start? Caritas, you've explained it to us beautifully. We love you, but you're going to skip just this question. I'll start this side with the Sibongile.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here, and I'm happy to share my journey with you as well. I have a personal story in my entrepreneurial journey. I grew up in KZN, where electricity and clean water were non-existent. So growing up in such a way motivated me to study electrical engineering. So by that time, there was no one who was telling us about more opportunities that the engineering has. But then we were told that you need to study, graduate, get a degree, and get a good job. So growing up like that, my mind has been wanting to know what else I can do so that my home as well can have electricity. So I got my first internship here in Johannesburg, and that's where my mindset shifted. I get to meet different people, and I started to network with people in business. they used to invite me in business seminars and conferences. That's where the love of being entrepreneur started to develop. And in 2019, I registered my company. We're specializing in electrical engineering, installation, and maintenance. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Sibongile. I'll jump over to Jabulani.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Jabulani Maluleke. I'm from a company called Javist Auto Mobile Services. I'm within the automotive industry, and I was fortunate enough to have went to a technical high school. At the age of grade 10, I was assembling two-stroke engines and putting them back together.
Wow.
And from there on, I went to a technical college to study mechanical engineering, did well there. Then I moved to work for Audi and Volkswagen. That's where I did my apprenticeship at the age of 19. I mean, it was mind-boggling to enter into that space of corporate German automotive cars. And yeah, I mean, I worked there for quite some time, eventually qualified there. Also worked at BMW as a qualified technician, as a foreman, service advisor. And while I was at BMW, a colleague of mine decided, you know what, this corporate ladder thing, it's not for us. Decided to resign and basically combined our Provident Fund money, our savings money, and started our own business. But that business didn't go down, obviously, because, you know, the first business as an entrepreneur, it's quite a tough one to manage your technical vocations with the entrepreneurial skills. So we had to learn the hard way, but failing was quite pivotal for us to grow forward. That's when I started Javist Auto out of that failed business. And we've been operating since 2014. We are based around Johannesburg. We specialize in Volkswagen, Mr. VW. Yeah, Polo, yeah. Yeah, Maverpa. And yeah, BMWs, Audis, your high-end luxury German vehicles, automotive parts and servicing. Thanks.
Lovely. Thank you, Edward.
Hi, everyone. My name is Edwin Metapile. My story of entrepreneurship is also a bit personal because so both my parents are entrepreneurship, but you know they didn't get to finish their high school education. So my father's been in the construction industry for like more than 2 decades, and my mom, she's been, you know, she buys stuff and sells them, right? So my goal when I went to university, right, was that I did accounting, and that, you know, because accountants are engineers of business, right? So my goal was essentially to try to find ways in which I can help my parents to grow their respective businesses. And, you know, in doing that, and as you learn more, and when I joined the Allen Gray Foundation, you know, you start to think more as an entrepreneur or as a business person. So then I realized that actually, you know, this problem that both my parents has in their businesses, because, you know, it was essentially hard for them to grow and scale their businesses, right? So that is when, you know, I decided to come up with Renovate Mzansi. So Renovate Mzansi essentially was founded to help my dad to solve his business, right? Because the problem that contractors have, or at least small contractors have, is that they don't really have any negotiation power when they're buying the material, right? So, you know, we tried to speak to a couple of players in the game already, only to realize that no one was willing to do business with us, right? So that's when we started our manufacturing company that is now employing 7 people. So now we're actually working on the platform that will help other, you know, fellow contractors to buy directly from like manufacturers, you know, of these products, because, you know, it essentially gives them now, you know, a negotiation power with the end consumer, which is because at the moment now, you know, when a contractor goes to cash build, right, for example, they can't really buy in bulk in as much as they are loyal, but cash build won't give them any, like, you know, loyal discount or any discount whatsoever. So this is the problem that we're solving. So it started from my, you know, my father's, you know, my father having that problem. And also from my mother's side, right, her inability to buy in bulk, right, from these stores. That's when I also found a seller's plug, right? So if we're connecting, you know, informal sellers. So those guys that you see in the streets. So we're trying to get them to buy direct from manufacturers as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your entrepreneurial journeys. Caritas, when he was up here, he spoke about how the journey of an entrepreneur is like getting onto a plane and then, waiting for it to sort of crash. What was that point? Well, not crash, because I mean, it does go up at some point, right? But what was that point in your journeys where things just went downhill and you felt like, yeah, you see here, I'm giving up. I'm not going to continue. I don't know how to continue. And how did you overcome that? I think that side, I'll start with you this time, Edward.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so, as an entrepreneur, right, cash is king. So, when we were starting the business, because, we had to invest quite a bit of money in, it's quite a capital intensive business. So we had to invest quite a bit of money in sort of getting the business off the ground. So, the problem that we mostly have now was, the gap between when the customer pays you and because we're buying cash from suppliers. So, we really had a hard time kind of, managing our cash flow. Now we're getting better at it. And also kind of, because I went straight from university. So I started the business while I was in university. And, managing the business from university was also really, really a big problem. But one thing that really kept me going is because, I was 21, then I was already employing people who were like 27, 30, who were really, really older than me. And these people had families to feed, right? So, I went straight from university full-time into entrepreneurship, which is what I'm doing now. So, just kind of thinking about, the value, the shared value that we're creating in communities is essentially what kept me going, right? Because I knew that, my business was essentially feeding other people, and, there's a potential to essentially help other people as well, yeah.
Lovely. And I'll go to you, Sibongile, the same question about, what was that point where you felt like you needed to, or you wanted to give up, and what kept you going?
I think having people that been in the business, people that are supporting you, emotional and also physical, it's keep me going, because when you feel like, no, now I'm tired, but then you know very well that you have people that they will support you and push you to keep going.
I think having a good network is really important.
Yes,
and
yeah.
Such events like today is a great place to start. Caritas, what about you?
Okay, cool. I think, I've had so many low points, I don't know which one to choose from. But I remember our first business, there was a time where I think we got our first investor gave us some money, and they gave us, I think it was about 300K at the time, which was a lot of money. And we got a job with the government client, and we were going to do the job, and we were going to make 3 times that. So it was going to be 200K, and then we were going to make 900K or something like that. So we thought we were the best business people in the world, And then they took 14 months to pay us back. So we took all the money we had, and then we did this job for this government client. So we hit absolute rock bottom. So we couldn't pay our rent. I think if there's anybody who hates me in the world right now, it's our landlord from that place. We couldn't pay our rent. I remember we were eating potatoes. I think the only thing that was left was potatoes. So we made chips, we made mash, we made all sorts of stuff. And I remember
thinking right there.
Things were so bad that, like, I'd be at a robot and I'd see somebody in a Mercedes and I'd look at them, and the one thing that would come to my head would be, this person can buy all the airtime they want in the world, never mind the car. And it was such a low point, and I think the lesson that came from, I think that was the time where I knew that entrepreneurship was for me, because at that point, because we had left UCT to start the business, and then Alan Gray was like, no, come back and come study and stuff like that. But I think we knew at that point that, what we're doing was what we wanted to do over the long term. But in a nutshell, the lesson was we wanted to build a business where we're not vulnerable to clients like that. Like, because we weren't solving a pain point, because we weren't solving a big problem, and many people could do what we were doing, we were very vulnerable to, like, clients, like, not paying you. It's almost like if you do marketing or you build a road or something like that, anybody else can do what you're doing, and therefore you're more vulnerable to clients mistreating you. And I think eventually when they paid us back 14 months later, we then started Kula. So I think the big lesson was, if you build a business that's solving a big pain point, it's a much easier journey and you're less vulnerable to clients, I guess, taking advantage for you. And then also it's okay to pivot. I think another big problem entrepreneurs have is that they sometimes fall in love with their businesses, which you shouldn't do. You shouldn't fall in love with your business. You should fall in love with the problem. And then therefore you can adapt the business so you can change it. Because if you fall in love with the business, then your heart is broken. You don't want to change. You kind of have a one-dimensional view. So the lesson from there was solve important problems, but two, being open to pivot and not falling in love with the business, but rather with the problem.
Not falling in love with the business. How do you get to a point where you don't fall in love with the business, or where you do find yourself in a position where you're supposedly in love with the business and not the solution or the problem? How do you navigate around that?
I think, again, it's about how we define entrepreneurship. Like I said earlier, I don't like the word and I don't like the way it's framed. It's problem solving, right? Because Kula is there to solve problems. And it means we'll continuously adapt the business to cater for the problem. But if you fall in love, if you say, this is Kula and Kula does this.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But the market is telling you something different. And then you're not listening to the market because you've made up your mind that this is what the business does and this is the only thing that it does. Then somebody else who's more flexible will put you out of business. Because they're in love with the problem. So with us, we're in love with the problem. We're also in love with our customers. So every Friday at the office, there's farmers walking in and we have these focus groups. And every button we have on the app comes from our users who click around and say, this is annoying, this is too far. And then we listen, we take notes. So fall in love with the problem and fall in love with the customer. And then you build a really sustainable business over time. But falling in love with the business is wrong because you're going to define it in a certain way that, when we started, we were connecting farmers to market only, helping them sell their stuff. But then we realized that actually these farmers can't get inputs, they can't get technical services, they can't get financing. So we kept adapting and adapting. When we started, like I said, we used to deliver to individual Pick and Pay stores or Spar or whatever. But then we realized that there's a bigger problem. We've adapted our model. Now we supply the DCs. So we supply the retailer. So we supply the DC that supplies the individual stores for the big retailers. But we've continuously had to adapt and adjust the business. But you won't be able to do that if you're in love with the business. You need to be in love with the problem and also be in love with the customer. And as you know, with love and relationships, you need to listen and hear what they have to say and then adjust your actions based on what they kind of had to say. And the business is no different.
Fall in love with the problem and the customers. I like that. Jabulani, what was your not your pain point, your rock bottom, and how did you get up on that?
Yeah, so for me, I think the biggest low point in my business was when the partner that I started with, we were not seeing eye to eye anymore. And that's quite fundamental when you're about to embark on a very long journey with somebody in business, you have to be aligned in terms of the vision and strategy. And sometimes people want to get an instant return on investment on their money that they pumped in, but it doesn't work like that in business. You need to have traction in terms of gaining back all the money that you've invested in before you see profits. So with him, he wanted to get things going quickly. He was rushing the process of getting his money back, the return on investment, and not wanting to comply with certain things that I envisioned for the business, especially taking care of the people. You have to pay people. No matter how bad the business might be doing, if there's a bit of money in your bank accounts, you have to pay people at the end of the day. So philosophies were not aligned. We didn't see eye to eye in terms of philosophies. And we ended up basically breaking apart. I went my way, he went his way. Back to the corporate, I went on my way in terms of venturing on my own into the entrepreneurial space. And at that point, obviously, I'd lost some of the equipment that I had because of the guys that pretty much stole it, the people that I'd employed. And I had to pretty much look at refunding myself, getting money, again capital, pumping it into the business to get the equipment. and get going again. And it was tough, even with family. You know, I was at that point, I was actually planning to get married, you know, and my ex-fiance left me. And MFC was looking for, now I'm married, yes.
Yay!
You know, so,
I was looking at the finger so I can see it. Did things turn around for him?
Somebody totally different, so yeah, but now she wants me back, the other one, but nah. You know, so, but it was tough, you know, in that sense, because, I mean, she wanted instant success even on her side, you know, because there's this misconception about being an entrepreneur and businessman. People think that you're making money instantly and your account is loaded. But in fact, it's not. You know, we are building gradually, slowly but surely. And yeah, I mean, my car was, you know, I was hiding my car from the bank. MFC, they wanted to repossess it. I hid it for some time, you know, because, I mean, that was my mode of providing services. Also the VW Polo. But I was fortunate enough to raise enough money to settle it, you know, gave the bank cash, money in the bag, and settled the car within like 3 weeks, you know.
Wow. Wow. It's good to hear about a turnaround story, to show that even when you do hit rock bottom, it's very possible to turn things around. And I think you touched on something that's extremely important, and that's alignment of the partners that you work with when you are starting a journey. Can one of you take us through how you go about finding the right partner? Because when you're working with someone who isn't aligned with you, I think things can take a turn very, very quickly. So someone who does have a good partnership and works well, you can just take that question and answer for us how you go about finding the right partner.
All right, awesome. This is an interesting one. So when we started our first business, it was at UCT, and there was 9 of us when we started. Literally 9 guys, and everybody was like, we're going to do it, we're going to do it. And the more time went ahead, and the more challenges came, simple things like missing a lecture to go see a client, then there was 6 of us. And then there was, I think there was 5 of us, and we got an office in Cape Town. And, you know, people didn't want to miss tats and all that kind of stuff. The more the business demanded, it became 6, and then it became 4. And then I remember in our 3rd year, the business was growing so fast that we were like, you know what, we're actually going to ditch school. So we're going to leave UCT, and we're going to go to Joburg, and we're going to run this business. And that's when the real meat was left. And there were literally 2 of us who were willing to take the jump and actually come to Joburg and run the business full time. So I think, but the big lessons, I guess, when it comes to partners is I wouldn't advise, my personal view, I wouldn't advise that you do business with them because they're your friend, right? Or because they're your brother, or because they're your sister. I think my business partner and I have worked so well because our friendship started as business first. Okay. So we're able to separate the personal from the business side. And then there was one time where I ran something with a friend, and that whole business was a mess because there was no line between the friendship and the partnership, right? And 2, you need to start it with somebody who you complement each other. So like my business partner, he is more technical. So like he's more product and building and how is the database structured. Whereas I'm more out there, get the business, bring the deals in. And if you're 2 of the same people with the same skill set, 1, it doesn't do as much justice to the business. But 2, you're going to find yourself clashing and trying to fight for, you know, who does what and who does what. Like for us, after we got investment for Kula, you know, now we had to put structures and say who's the CEO and who's that. You know, it wasn't a big fight because it was very clear because our skill sets kind of complement each other. So I'd say find someone who your skill sets complement each other, and if you can, rather be friends later or have I don't know, starting business with friends, in my experience, doesn't always work out because the lines get very blurry. But if the premise of your engagement with that person is business, then you do develop a friendship over time, but you're able to separate the 2. You know, family and boyfriends and girlfriends, those things make it very difficult to run a business if you have that relationship, because now they're angry at you, in a personal environment, and now they bring that to work, you know what I mean? And now you're having a work argument. It's like, yeah, but you remember what you did to me, you know what I mean? Which is something that's separate. So if just find somebody who complements your skill set. Like even our CTO, you know, he was at WITS. We literally went to WITS and asked who was the top student, and we didn't know him beforehand, and they told us who the top student was, and we convinced him to join us. And we worked so well because our skill sets are unique, and our skill sets complement each other, and then we became friends after the fact. So the base of our relationship allows us to put the business first and not sort of personal engagement. That's my own 2 cents from my experience around co-founders. And everybody's inclination is, let me take my friend and let's do it, because they're your friend, without the thought of what do they bring to the business and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, yeah, that's my view.
Yeah, sorry, just to add on that, right? Like I think you really touched on a really important point, because we experienced this when like in my first business as well, like when I was at varsity. So I approached someone, right, because we met at this pitching competition. Now, you know, I was really big on collaboration, right? Yeah, so I met this person, then, you know, we tried to essentially to build a business together, because I knew that I could sell, right? And she was supposed to be, she was supposed to know the technical stuff, of which she didn't, right? So everything was just a mess. You know, we built this platform, trying to get customers, crashing all the time, right? And this person is supposed to know what they're doing, right? So I think it's really also important to make sure that this particular person knows what they're doing, and if they don't, are they willing to learn, right? Because like your business will always change. Like I think that was also really important, because we found this at Innovate Mzansi, that maybe the business, maybe the idea that you started with might not be the business that you end up with, right? Like I think that part's really important, and we need someone who can move with speed, right? Because like more especially if you don't have funding, you need cash, you need customers that are paying, right? And you need to make sure that you get someone who can quickly, you know, is flexible enough to change the business model if need be.
I see. And I think, you know, growing up, I personally heard my grandmother, my mom, telling me, go to school, go to varsity. If you're going to study accounting, you're going to become a chartered accountant, or if you're going to study engineering, you go to a firm. So how do you go about taking that bold step of, you know, not going the traditional route of studying medicine maybe and then becoming a doctor, but going on your own entrepreneurial journey? I think it's a very scary step to take, but also you've got families who have high expectations from you, and I think all of you have mentioned that at the beginning it's not easy. So how do you take that bold step to be like, you know what, I'm not going to listen to the expectations that you have of me, I'm going to do what I want to do? I think I'll start with you, because you studied electrical engineering.
Yeah, I think what motivated me a lot as well is because I love working my hands.
Okay.
So, and I saw that, and I love freedom as well. I can say the first thing that helped me to start my business is because I love freedom. And I saw that the people that I was working for, they're doing exactly what I can do as an individual outside. So I saw that to have my own freedom, is I know that it's a freedom that comes with hard working and dedication, but I saw that being me and believing in myself, I can do a lot with my hands out there, and to help other people as well to open their business, because we also helping youth to train them with trades in our company. So that's what motivated me.
Lovely. Does anyone have anything to add to that?
Yes, so on my side, it started with seeing the problem while I was working within the automotive sector. As I said, I worked for Audi and Volkswagen and BMW, and I would see some of the frustrations that the customers themselves that were experiencing there. When you drop off your car at the dealership, you know, sometimes it takes days for you to get your car back, and when you get invoiced, it's like ridiculous amounts of money. So I basically built a business model out of that while I was still there. You know, seeing the pain points of customers and saying, how can I convert this into something that can generate me an income? Then I took a risk. I mean, you have to start with where you are, from the point of where you are. And I immediately basically strategized and resigned and came up with this business model. that addressed the pain points that I saw in the dealerships with the customers that they were experiencing. And yeah, I mean, for me at the beginning, initially, we didn't really struggle to make money as per se, because the automotive industry is quite big. Most of you came with cars here, and eventually they're going to they'll need a service or repairs. So it was quite easy for us to get traction initially in terms of the money, but it was always about trying to find the right way of balancing out partnerships and making sure that we had been able to maintain the client centricity, making sure that customers were happy, not repeating the same mistakes that we did that we saw from the automotive sector.
It would be very interesting to hear from you, Caritas. I mean, you stopped at UCT, you left. How was the reaction from the people around you? Or were you so determined on solving this issue that you saw that you actually didn't care?
Okay, now I think I have to be very careful how I answer this. Yeah, I think entrepreneurship, at some point, you have to make a jump. Right?
Yeah.
It's not a given that you have to jump out of school or anything like that.
Yeah.
At some point, if you start a business, it's going to grow. And that's a good thing, right? And then as it grows, it's going to get to a point where, you know, you have to make the jump. You know what I mean? And I think for me, it was very difficult. And I think every person said, don't do it. And I remember everybody said, don't do it. Like everybody I trust said, no, what are you doing? Don't do it, don't do it. But I think two things were key for me at the time. I think one was, I guess I felt that at the time, you know, I didn't have a cat, I didn't have a dog. You know, the risk was only affecting me. This was my reasoning. The risk was me, like I don't have a cat, I don't have a dog. If things go wrong, it was going to affect me. And I felt like I was in the time of my life where it was the most optimal time to take the risk. And I think on the journey that I was going on, I also did VAC work, I think, with my other, Ellen Gray allows you to get another bursary. Had another bursary. And it was the most horrible thing I've ever done in my life, you know, where I'm sitting there and they're saying, make coffee for me and what. And I was like, there's no way I'm going to go into the corporate world. So I felt like it was good timing because I could take the risk. But two, I think timing again is very important because we didn't just leave school at the time. We actually, started the business on the side while we were studying, and then the business grew, so which meant we had clients, and the business was continuing to grow, and we're seeing progress. And the feeling was, if we gave this thing full time, actually at the time, when we even quitting school, we were saying, if we can give it 1 year, if it's doing so well as something we're doing on the side,
Imagine if
we
you
wondered what it would be if we gave it all of our attention.
Yeah.
Very important. The other thing is that we didn't quit school into obscurity or jump out into obscurity. That's very important. So don't just quit and then wake up tomorrow and say, you know what I mean? So we had an investor. So we had an investor. I think we had an office in Newlands or whatever in Cape Town. So there was an investor. There was a pot for the year that sort of were clear in terms of what clients we're going to serve, and there was a pot that we were going to draw from. So we felt confident, and also we knew that the reason actually we made the decision was, what's the worst that could happen? And the worst that could happen is that we quit, this year doesn't work out, and we go back to school the next year. And I remember at the time, UCT had a BCom and a business science, and one was 3 years and one was 4 years.
Yeah.
So it was like, okay, we'll switch from bus side to BCom if this year doesn't work out, and then we can graduate with the BCom. So don't just jump into obscurity.
Have a
kind of
plan.
have a traction of sorts that you can look at and say, this thing is growing. Like, for example, if you're at school or in a job, it's like, this thing is doing well. And I wonder if I gave all my attention to it, how much further it would go. And then if you're in a job, maybe think, 3 months, 6 months or something like that. It's okay, 6 months, save up or something like that.
Yeah.
I'll be fine for 3 months, or I'll be fine for a 6-month period. So don't just make the jump. There's a couple of calculations that you have to make, but I really believe that if you're going to build a business over the long run, you know, at some point it's going to demand you to jump. A business is like a relationship. At some point, you know, there's talking stage, there's what stage, it keeps growing, and then at some point you have to say, will you be my girlfriend? And they say yes, and then from there, will you be your wife? You know what I mean? It's like and that's how a business is. It continues to grow, and each stage of the business demands different things from you. But before you make the jump, let there be some sort of case that you can refer to, and then have some runway, because the problem with running a business on an empty stomach or without having money or a plan, you're not going to make good decisions for the business. You're going to do the thing that makes money the quickest, as opposed to the thing that solves the problem or something like that.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. And I think one thing I've heard, or the word that I've heard here the most, is pain points, pain points, pain points, problem, problem, problem. So what would you say are the opportunities that are present at the moment in your respective industries? I'll start that side with Edward.
Well, for us, because, with Renovating Mzansi, we're in the construction industry. When you just look at Africa, there's a huge problem of houses, right, accommodation. So, for us, I think there's a really, really huge opportunity, more especially, trying to now find, cheap ways to essentially to build houses, to build accommodation. So now, with essentially what we're building and doing more research, we're learning and we're learning more about this industry that we're stepping into. And so problems like housing problems in Africa, that's huge, more like the, cooler agriculture. So yeah.
Lovely. What about you, Jablin?
Yeah, so in my industry, there's this new legislation called the Rights to Repair, which was gazetted 2 years ago. What it has done for consumers or vehicle owners like yourselves is that it's given you freedom. If you have purchased a brand new car, if you had sent it to a place that is not accredited, then you basically lose your warranty. So that legislation has been dealt away with. It's given you as a consumer the choice to service your car at any RMI accredited dealer or a MIWA workshop. So it's given us a wide opportunity in terms of our market segment. Okay. So we're able to service brand new cars now. We're able to basically directly provide services for any vehicle, either from brand new from the factory, so without the vehicle losing its warranty. So that on its own has created new market opportunities, and obviously with that you need to hire qualified technicians and apprentices under them. So it's quite exciting times in terms of getting more employees and getting more artisans from TVET colleges, and just passing on the skill as well of mechanical work and artisanship. So yeah, it's for me that's been the biggest thing in the past 2 years, the opportunities that the retail motor industry have opened up in terms of business. Yeah.
Great.
All right, cool. I think, like I said earlier, agriculture is full of problems. And I think the first problem with agriculture is, I think when people think agriculture, they think dirt and hard work and boring and old people and all that kind of stuff. And I think what we've done is prove that you can be in agriculture without necessarily being a farmer, if that makes sense, I think you can look at your skill set, I guess, and then find a way to kind of pair it with the industry. I think the big issues now in agriculture, it's around market access. I think that's a big pain point that we're trying to solve for, that a lot of people are trying to solve for. Big pain point around information, farmers being able to, especially emerging farmers, being able to make scientific decisions in how they farm. Like a lot of them, uchali spinach because the chali spinach. You're planting cabbages because that's how it's been done, and you have no reason for why you're planting cabbages. You haven't done a soil test, you haven't done a water test. You don't even know what the best thing to plant for that piece of land is. So information, market access, and yeah, I think as an industry, I really am a big advocate for it because of how important it is, especially because it's not an optional industry. Everything you eat, if you ate today's agriculture, what you're wearing, your clothes, that's cotton, or that's wool. So it's such a massive industry, but it has such bad PR or bad branding. I always say maybe we need a new agency for agriculture, because it's what we eat and it's what we wear. So it's a massive industry with massive opportunities. But when you think about it, don't view it from the farmer perspective, because there's a whole supply chain.
Yeah.
There's a whole, you need to see how you can plug into that value chain. I'm not a farmer. Nobody at Kula is a farmer. We've got software engineers, we've got different skill sets within the team, and we're all servicing this industry. So, and one thing that's a big trait of it is that it's full of problems. And being in Africa, we have more arable land than any other continent. Almost everybody is a farmer. For agriculture, we should be the bedrock of the world, but we're not. So, there's many opportunities, I guess.
Great.
For me, I see opportunities in green energy. In South Africa, there is high demand of EDGE-certified green buildings.
Yeah.
There are currently about 39,000 EDGE-certified green buildings, and the numbers are constantly growing. I think as artisans, we need to check what the market wants. We need to check the demand in the market and try to tap on those opportunities, as all we see that many buildings are shifting to green energy. I think that's the opportunities that we have that we need to check on them.
Lovely. I hope everyone here was listening. That was for you, to give you guys some ideas on what you could potentially do for yourselves. But lastly, obviously mental health is something that is being spoken about more and more and is being normalized. And I think it is something that we should speak about. And in your entrepreneurial journeys, I can only imagine that because it's so stressful and it demands so much from you, that often you neglect that aspect of your life. How do you think it's important to constantly be checking up on yourself? Or rather, how do you do that for yourselves personally? I'll start with you, Smongile.
I think to deal with mental health, you also need to, because there are people that won't recognize you or value you, so you need to try to speak with people that value you, and also try to make time for yourself, not overwork yourself, set some limits for yourself, and also network with people who will help you to grow. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, cool. Mental health. Being an entrepreneur is tough, eh? It's tough. It's very, very difficult. You will not avoid, almost the pain is guaranteed, the suffering is guaranteed, this thing will never work, I work so hard, it's gonna fail, it's guaranteed. I don't know, I think for me, maybe now that the business has grown, I think it's hard for me to tell somebody who's still in an early stage to say, okay, go to therapy or anything like that. I think now it's become more and more important for me, but I think the big thing I wish I would have done earlier is to actually view rest as being constructive, if that makes sense. I think there was a time in my entrepreneurial journey where I had a thing from grade 10 where every year I crash.
Yeah.
Where like every year it's guaranteed I will end up in hospital because I'm overworked. And the way I would always look at it was, okay, I'll be there for 3 days, but the other 362, I'm fine, So I've done well. And I think that's how, I don't know when to stop working.
Sure.
But I think one thing I wish I'd done from the beginning was to actually view rest as being constructive. Almost doing things that are not related to my work, even if it's 1 day in the week, is actually very good for my work. And it took me a long time for me to learn that lesson. And now, I guess after doing stuff like therapy, I've learned that actually, so on a Friday I don't work. On a Friday after work I don't work. On a Saturday I don't work at all. So you guys are breaking my my
this
cycle.
This is fun work though.
But yeah, so I don't work, and I've had to try to do other stuff that I care about. So like I like cars, so I'm building a car on the side, or like watching football and stuff like that. And when I start work on Sunday, I'm so much more refreshed and so much, like my work does so well because I'm so refresh, if that makes sense. So I think one thing I would say that's practical to entrepreneurs who are still starting out is that one day, that other thing that you care about that's not your business, whether, I don't know what for you, for me it's cars and it's football, but doing that thing and doing it well and focusing on it for that day will actually do a lot for your business. So I don't have many, I'm not a mental health expert, but I'd say find something else that you do in the week and you build it into your week. You know that on Saturday, I just don't work. I don't touch work on a Saturday. I'm going to watch Chelsea and I'm going to be busy building my car. Yes, Chelsea, the best team in the world. I'm going to be building my car. And whenever I start work on a Sunday, my brain is just, I feel like there was like a reset or a refresh, and I can look at my work with a much fresher perspective. And I think that doesn't cost money. That's not therapy. It's not going to cost you any money. Just as an entrepreneur starting out, just give yourself time to do something that's not your work and build it into your schedule. You'll see when you reset again what it does. That's my view.
Great. Yeah. Jabulani, how do you do that? If you do that, hopefully you do take some time off.
Yes, I mean, I've tried. I think I've learned to take time to go on holiday. Every quarter now, I take my wife. We are gone for, a couple of weeks off, and it does basically help you to
couple of weeks. He didn't say couple of days.
Yeah, so it really does help you to rejuvenate and reconnect as well with your family, because I mean we're living hectic lives, and yeah, I mean it's also important to have a hobby. Like I like indoor soccer, so I do that, and exercising. We do a lot of outdoor obstacle courses. Like we're gonna do Jump City now, which is coming now in November. So we do things. I personally do things that are outside my industry. He loves cars. I go away from cars.
Yeah.
I enjoy camping as well, like the outdoors, basically setting up a camp and sleeping in a sleeping bag in the bushes. So we do that quite often as well. And yeah, I mean, I'm also a spiritual person, so I believe in God. And he's my centerpiece, in terms of just finding time with him and just meditating and talking to him. So I do have my devotional times within the week. Like I take most of my Mondays mornings off. I also don't work on Monday mornings, just to talk to my Lord, just talk about life. And yeah, it's my Sabbath.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really helped me a lot as well spiritually to be aligned, to be in alignment with what I'm supposed to do in terms of my purpose. So yeah, I take time off to really be with God. Yeah.
Great. Edward.
Yeah, guys. This entrepreneurship thing, it's very hard, guys. I would like, this thing is hard, guys. Yeah, but
you can just hear it in his guys,
Yeah, but like I think it's very, very, very important. So I'm just trying to guide myself in our answer this question. So, guys, guaranteed there's going to be a time, and I'm not advising anyone to do this, right? But there's going to be a time whereby you have to sort of to sacrifice, right? So, like your mental health is going to be on the line. Like that is guaranteed. That is a guarantee. But the more you grow in your business, the more you need to start having some non-negotiables, right? For me, so when I jumped straight into entrepreneurship. I went I think it was 10 months. So at university I was really, really a gym freak, right? I used to work out a lot, like 2 days a week, like 2 days a day, so 2 times a day. But after that, when you go into entrepreneurship, you're trying to build this business, like you don't really have time to be going to the gym, right? Or so you think, right? But the more stability or the more stable your business comes, the more you can start having those non-negotiables, right? So, for me, maybe it's waking up in the morning, doing some cleaning while listening to some motivational talk, or just having TDJ shouting at me, or yeah. So, you need to have that, those non-negotiables, right? And it's really, I think it's really, really good, most especially when you're starting out, to try to find something that is your own, right? Something that you can enjoy, and try to do it even if things are not going well, right? Because for the first 12 months without funding, it's going to be hell. I can guarantee you that. So, you need to find, something, essentially a purpose, right? You know, like I'm also like a person of faith, right? So, you know, I believe that, you know, one of the purpose that why I'm here is essentially to help other people grow, right? So also do some motivational talks and so on and so forth. Yeah, so have your non-negotiables, guys. You know, that you can try to sort of to put in your schedule, because it's a really, really busy schedule. You know, more especially like, you know, the more busy your business comes, right, the more it's going to be difficult to make those times, right? You know, so if you need to cut off, like, you know, like your business at 8, then that should be a non-negotiable. Like at 8, you know, you switch off your phone. If you can, have 2 phones, one for business and one for personal, so that the business one can be switched off totally. Because customers are going to call you at 11, they don't care, right? So you need to have those non-negotiables, and, you know, like I said, it's a really, really stressful journey, but it is quite rewarding in the end. I won't lie, it's quite rewarding in the end. So have those non-negotiables, and it's really it's linked to self-belief, right? Because if you know, for me, it's working out. So the more I work out, you know, it helps me to build self-confidence, because I have a starter, right? So, you know, it helps to build like self-confidence, you know, which links to, you know, to this like self-belief thingy, which really, really helps, you know, like with your mental health. Because if you're not productive, then your team won't be productive, because they're waiting on you, right? They want you to lead them. You are the lead of the business, right? So if you crash like 3 days a year, then for those 3 days, you know, you won't be really, really productive. And, you know, chances are, you know, yeah, your business might also crash, right, if you're not productive. So you know, you need to have those non-negotiables, build them in your schedule, then essentially they also help your business to grow.
That's great. And now Alan Gray Makers, obviously we can all read here, it says where technical talent meets entrepreneurial spirit. And we all know that, you know, this industry is often overlooked. People don't value it. So how would you personally go about changing the perception that people have about the people who are in this industry?
I think the first thing that we need to do, as Alan Gray does, is to encourage the youth to embrace TVET colleges, because that will help them to pave their future. Because we tend to look down on the TVET colleges, and that's how most opportunities are coming from artisan and in the construction companies, and that's where economic growth will come from. Yeah. So I think we need to help the youth, to encourage them to embrace TVET colleges.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Okay, cool. I think the whole technical space has a similar problem to what agriculture has, where it just has a bad PR or sort of bad branding. I think there's some work that needs to be done to sort of change, I guess, the perception. And I think what Zimkita and the team are doing here is actually doing a lot of that. And I think also there's a big misconception of entrepreneurship as a Kula or an Uber or an Airbnb or a Google or something like that. But actually most entrepreneurs are not in that space. You know, if you had to break down the whole segment of entrepreneurs, you'd find that most of them are actually like a mechanic, a local mechanic in town, or you know, they actually dominant players in their own individual environments. And I feel like they don't get the credit that they deserve, because everybody's trying to create the next Elon Musk and the next whatever. But you can, how many Elon Musks can you feasibly actually have? So I think it's not, it's almost a societal and whatever perception that needs to change. Like Babnene was saying, you know, there's no plumber in his town. There's many practical opportunities, and for economic growth doesn't happen at Elon Musk level. It actually happens, you know, at artisan level. So I think there's a branding issue or whatever that needs to be changed. And also I think telling the narrative of people who are in the space who actually do very well. And I feel like more and more of those stories need to be celebrated, and more of those stories need to be told, like the guy who was working on my car, there's a car that I bought and I'm busy building it up. You know, that guy makes a lot of money, you know, and he's built a really wonderful shop. It's called Chicano's, just off the N1. And he started as a mechanic, you know, and he started doing his own thing, and he built, and now he does body, he does mechanical. You know, him and I have been building this car for the last couple of months, and he drives an R8, you know, he's at the top. But those guys, those stories aren't told because they're not Elon Musky or they're not sexy, you know what I mean? So I think there's a lot of work to be done in, you know, telling these kind of stories, like the guy who's working on my car, you know what I mean? So yeah, I think there's a branding change that needs to happen. We can only have so many Elon Musks, but there's practical examples of artisans who do well, and we need to tell their stories, we need to share their stories, and we need to have events of this caliber for, you know, the artisan or technical space. And I think, lastly, I think the way you change it is by telling the stories, because younger people look up to the examples that they see. Then they try and they replicate that. America does well in tech because a kid in varsity can see Zuckerberg and they can see Jobs and they want to replicate that. So I think we need to tell more of the stories, celebrate more of the wins, and stop only waiting for Elon Musk type situations.
I like that.
That's my view.
And just to wrap things up very quickly, Jabulani and Edward, please could you offer some advice to all the people who are starting off, specifically, you know, the 18 finalists who were pitching to us yesterday, the 6 finalists who won last year, who are in this industry. How do they go about, you know, facing the challenges that they possibly will face in the future? Very quickly.
Yeah, so for me, I think one thing that I've learned is just having advice and business mentors. It's quite important, you know. Even as an apprentice, I mean, I had a journeyman, somebody that taught me how to work on cars. I mean, it didn't happen overnight. Took a lot of years, and somebody invested in me as well. Took me through the journey, taught me how to basically handle customers and cars. So they need to go through that journey in terms of advice and getting people that could mentor them. And that will help them in terms of dealing with some of the crises that they'll encounter in the future. Because chances are that the mentor that you have has already paid the price for you. They know how to deal with that.
They've paved the
You don't
way.
have to pay the same price that the mentor did. And for me, get advice, get people that have been in the industry, get a journeyman, you know, get mentors. They'll help you with the journey. And sometimes you might not agree with them. I fight a lot with my business advisors because philosophies are different at times, but they help you think, you know, because they're coming from the balcony and you're on the dance floor. They see your business differently because you are in. You know, you're in the operations and they're able to see some of the things that you're not able to see. So, and preferably sometimes not even the people within the industry as business advisors and mentors as well, because they have a better eye as well.
Okay. Wrap it up for us very quickly, Edward.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to say one thing, right? Guys, you know, those dirty guys, you know, that you see, you know, with ripped clothes, those guys have money. Like, like guys, like we work with contractors, right? Those guys are loaded, right? They have money because they make roughly about, you know, like 10,000 a week, right? That's a lot of money. Yeah, but, you know, the problem, and this is where the advice would come from, right? The problem is really the mindset, right? So those guys, you know, they really just want to make quick buck, quick cash, right? And they can do it for 20 years. But, you know, the problem becomes, you know, that they're not really building any sustainable businesses, right? So, you know, when you're starting out with a skill, you have to have, you know, like the bigger goal in mind of saying, okay, listen, I want to actually build a business that can actually employ people, right? So I think, you know, like I said at the beginning, like self-belief, right? You need to be really crazy in believing in yourself so much that, listen, I can actually build a business that generates 100 million, right? So you need to be crazy in self-belief, right? I can't emphasize this enough. Have self-belief, guys. Like, you know, believe in yourself. And yeah, that's my advice.
Thank you so much, Sbongile. Thank you, Jabulani, Edward, as well as Caritas. I think we've all learned something and we'll be taking something away from you today. So yes, thank you so much. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. So on your screens, you'll see a link at the moment. You can go on the website and please do share your feedback on that. Thank you.
And this time, we're gonna get funky. 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 Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands.
Be good.
Clap, 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 clap your hands. All right, now, we're gonna do the basic step. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha, real smooth.
Hello.
Turn it out.
All right, so I don't see enough phones out, so please could you either use this barcode or go on www.ly-agmfest1. The form is quite important, so we would really appreciate if you go on this website, share your feedback, fill in what comes up. Let me be an example and do that. So it's a Google form.
Here comes the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up the crew in the area. Still have it like that. No, we don't die. Yes, we multiply. Anyone press will hear the fat lady sing. Act like you know, Rico. I know what Bo don't know. Touch them up and go. Oh, ching-ching-ching. Here comes the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Excuse me, Mr. Officer. Still have it like that. Extraordinary. Juice like a strawberry. Money to burn, baby, all of the time. Cut to fit, it's me. Fit to cut the shit. Come juggle with me. Sit every time. Come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Dial emergency number. Still have it like that.
So if I can have this, thank you so much, guys. It's very, very quick and short. These feedback forms really allow us to make next year's experience even better. So if I can kindly ask you to just go onto that link. It's www.bit.ly/AGMakersFest1. So I'm going to give you 3 more minutes to complete this form. It helps us make next year's event even better so that we can ensure that you get the most value out of these sessions. So if you could kindly do it for us, I would really, really appreciate it. So let me give you that link again. It's www.bit.ly/AGMFEST1. All right, you can also, if you've got these smartphones, if you've got an Apple phone, if you've got an Android phone, if you've got a Nokia, I don't know if they exist, if you've got a BlackBerry, it's probably dead, the battery's died right now, please just come and scan this link. It's really, really important. Thank you so much. All right, lunch is going to be happening at Pumalong. So after we've finished with this, you can play the music, don't worry, it will help us. After we've done this feedback surveys, we're going to have maybe 1 more minute, and then we're going to begin the next session. It's about the future of the trades. Really exciting session. So just complete your links. We're going to get everyone back into the room, have a quick session for the future of the trades. Then we'll go to lunch in Pumalong. Pumalong, if you've been to the exhibition stand, it's right across the exhibition stands. So you can, if you haven't gone to the exhibition stands, this is the last time for you to look at the exhibition stands and then go for lunch. So it'd be from 1:30 to 2. So yeah, we're going to start this session very soon. So one more time, feedback forms, www.bit.ly/AGMakersFest1. All right, 1 more minute, and then we're going to go into our next session. You can prepare the sting, Byron. Thank you.
Take your time to trust in me, and you will find infinity, infinity. The time goes by so naturally while you receive infinity. Here's my key, philosophy. A freak like me just needs infinity. Relax, take your time. Take your time to trust in me, and you will find infinity, 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 infinity. Take your time to trust in me, and you will find.
Two. Check. Two, 1, 2.
One, two. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could quickly find your seats, we need to start this session. If you could quickly, the music can keep playing. Quickly find your seats. We're about to begin this session. Thank you so much.
Put your hands in the sky, come on, boy, come
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto stage Brendan Reynolds, Mark Mfikwe, Gugu Mkhize, and moderator Buhle Dlamini.
Thank you very much. Is it still morning? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, hello. I just see the lights, so I need to see your friendly smiles as we sit here. Okay, my name is Buhle Dlamini. I work for the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy in South Africa. I mostly look after our social innovation and incubation of programs, and one of the social innovations that we have come up with is Alan Gray Makers. And I think we are about to have a very important session because we're all about working with the ecosystem. There's different components in the ecosystem, in the entrepreneurship ecosystem, and in the ecosystem around artisans. And I think it's important to have industry, which is a key ingredient in the work that we're trying to do. We need to have their voices, we need to hear their thoughts, and I think we are very delighted to have industry leaders joining us today. I'm just going to introduce Mr. Brendan Reynolds. He's the Executive Director of the Institute of Plumbing in South Africa, IOPSA. Brendan has been involved in the plumbing industry for over 30 years. He worked himself up from a general worker to become the youngest branch manager for PlumLink at the time. I don't know if there's still colleagues who are trying to find their seats. Thank you. And also on the panel, we've got Louis van Huistien. I hope I didn't butcher your surname, sir. He's the National Director at the Retail Motor Industry Organization. He's also been the South African project lead at MESETA, Commissioned Research for Online Return and Investment Apprentice Calculator. Also the National Project Lead for RMI and the German Chamber of Craft TVET Partnership Project in the Eastern Cape. And last but not least, we are grateful to host Ms. Gugu Mkhize, who's the CEO of the Insurance SETA. Ms. Mkhize is a seasoned business leader with extensive corporate experience. Her career spans more than 20 years in various sectors, which include education and skills development, property development, project financing, construction, and corporate consulting. She's got a Master's of Business Administration degree from Regent Business School, Bachelor of Arts Honors from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much, colleagues, for joining us for this important discussion. As I indicated, that the ecosystem behind or within which artisans have to work and be trained involves many different stakeholders that interact with one another in a very complex way while each playing a unique role. So I'm going to ask our colleagues, just as a way of introduction, just to talk about their sectors and also where do they see the future of the trades from their point of view as an opening statement or a presentation if you do. We're going to start with IOPSA. Over to you.
So can I? Yes. Thank you, and thank you for having me here today. It's really awesome to be here, and it's great to be here amongst so many artisans that are doing their thing in the industry and making changes to the industry. So taking a look at the future, I thought this quote was quite appropriate, and I think it applies to everybody, not just to artisans. But we need to have a look at what the future could bring for us. How can we predict the future? And then we need to act in a deliberate manner. We can't wait for government. We can't wait for the funding. We can't wait for somebody else. We have got to act, and we've got to control our own destiny. And I think that's something fundamental, particularly with artisans, that we need to get right. Stop waiting for the tender. Stop waiting for the funding. Stop waiting for something or for somebody else. Look into the future, see where the opportunities are, and act in your own best interest and deliberately to control your destiny. If we look, there's earlier on, some of the speakers were talking about how the trades, the skilled trades are viewed by the rest of the country. And we do have an image problem. But the fact is, I just extracted some quotes here from various different sources. We don't have a future without the skilled trades. We do not. We cannot live in a modern society without skilled trades. And we forget about the skilled trades all the time. The skilled trades are the ones that are going to provide water to your homes, to your businesses, electricity, high-speed Wi-Fi or fiber internet connections. The skilled trades are the ones that are going to build the solar systems. They're the ones that are going to install the green technologies, the grey water harvesting systems, and solve our water crises. We cannot operate without the skilled trades, and we need to recognize how important and how skillful these people are and how they keep the wheels of society going. So we won't have a future if we don't have skilled trades. And that's why we've got to invest in skilled trades and skilled trade people. So for me, looking into the future, I see 5 key trends. They are technology, sustainability, also the green economy, specialization. The change is not a new thing, but the speed at which change is happening at the moment and going into the future is incredible. And how we keep pace with that change is going to be critical in our success. And then binding it all together, for me in the future, particularly for the trades, is professionalism. Professionalism has been lacking in the skilled trades for a long time, but it is really making a big comeback, and I think it's going to be a big driver for the future. So if we quickly just run through these, and we think about technology, I can give you 100 examples of how technology has come in and disrupted our lives in a million different ways. Tradespeople, unfortunately, tend to think that technology is not going to affect them that much. I guarantee you it will. It already is. So don't think that you've now received your qualification or you've got your red seal or you've passed your trade test. You're done and you've arrived. You haven't. You're just starting. Because I'm telling you, there's some person sitting in a garage somewhere or somewhere in the township that's figuring out some new technological advance that's going to come and change the world. Taxi drivers thought they were safer, then Uber arrived. I often use this example. It actually happened many years ago. Plumbers used to do gutters. If you needed gutters done, you used to call a plumber. Someone came along with this little machine that they put on the back of a bakkie, and they rolled out these aluminium gutters. Okay? And you know what plumbers said? It'll never take off. You know, it's a newfangled thing. It's a this, it's a that. It took off, and plumbers lost 25% of their business. Gone. In a matter of months, it was gone. Never to come back. If you need gutters now, who are you calling? You're not calling a plumber, you're calling a gutter specialist. And these things happen, and they're coming for us. So be ready for what technology brings. If we don't keep up with technology, you will be left behind without a question. So I think, especially with entrepreneurs, the day you think that you've arrived is the day you're in trouble. The day you get comfortable is the day you're in trouble. You're never done. You've got to keep learning all the time. It's a lifelong learning process, and you've got to stay up to date with things like the Internet of Things, predictive maintenance, green technologies, new business systems that come on that make your businesses more efficient, new products, new methodologies of installations. Taking a look at sustainability. Our world is in crisis. And I don't care whether you believe in global warming or you don't believe in global warming. It's a fact. Our world is in crisis. Have a look at how many countries in the world right now are in water crisis. You'll be frightened. It's really alarming. And that's just one small aspect of global warming that's happening. But Caritas told us, you must look for the problems. This is the biggest problem that humanity has ever faced. And so what it does, particularly for artisans, is it creates massive opportunities. Huge, huge opportunities, because who's going to fix it? It's not the IT people. It's not the bankers. It's not the doctors. It's not the lawyers. It's the engineers and the artisans that are going to sort out our sustainability and our green issues that are coming up. Because what has to happen? We have to install solar systems. Who's going to do that? Wind farms, heat pumps, water harvesting systems, water reuse systems. Who's going to do that? It's artisans, skilled, trained artisans. There's not a banker that's going to be installing a solar geyser. There's not an IT person, with all due respect to those professions, that's going to be installing a grey water harvesting system or PV panels. It's the skilled artisans. So if we're to solve our sustainability issues as a world, we need skilled artisans more than ever before, and we need to offer the respect to those people and to what they do. Next thing I'd like to talk about is specialization. It's a big trend worldwide. You know, I call it the Google generation. I come from the Yellow Pages generation. You guys come from the Google generation. But the thing about this generation is, when you get onto Google and you Google something, you're looking for a solution, you expect there to be a specialist. And people Google for what they need fixed. I need somebody to fix my washing machine. I don't need an appliance technician. People don't Google for an appliance technician. They Google for somebody to fix their washing machine. So specialization is becoming really key. And people expect there to be an expert available. They're looking for solutions, not quick fixes anymore. And particularly the corporate world is now driving this due to issues of liability. Large corporations and governments need specialists, need people that are really highly trained and skilled in what they do to ensure that they don't suffer issues of liability afterwards. So they're looking for specialists. They're looking for a solar specialist. They're looking for a water specialist. That's what they're searching for. And worldwide, this trend is growing and increasing. For the entrepreneur and for the skilled tradesperson particularly, this creates niche markets, which allow you to earn better income. It's less competitive, allows you to differentiate your business, and to become an expert in your field and get the acknowledgement as being an expert in your field. Talking about change, as I said earlier, the change has always been there, and it's never going to go away. But the speed at which change is coming at us is incredible. And it just seems to increase day by day, year by year. There's a change coming right now. I don't know what it is, but it's coming. I know it's coming. We all know it's coming, whatever it is. Maybe it's the revolution that started here today. But we've got to keep on top of it. You can't sit back on your laurels. It's not good enough now to be, like I said, you've received your trade test and you've got your certificate and that's it. I'm sorted for the rest of my life. I'm going to be fine. I'm okay, Jack. There's a lot of those tradespeople in the market. Most of them have got more grey hair than me. But for the young generation coming through, you can't do that. You've got to stay at the bleeding edge all the time. You've got to know what's happening in your industry. You've got to know what the changes are coming. You've also got to know what the changes are coming around you, because that's where the opportunities are going to come. That's where the problems are going to be created, and those are the problems that you can solve. So I think being aware of what the changes are, how they're coming, and being open to change, because change can be scary. And change inevitably means that you've got to give up something. You've done something in a particular way all the time for many, many years, and now you've got to change it. It can be scary, it can be difficult, but change you have to. Either that or you will be left behind. Then coming down to professionalization. So our trades, skilled trades, have been characterized by this bad rep and sort of a lot of informality and, you know, the jokes about the plumber's crack and the mechanic with the dirty fingernails and all these kind of things. That's changing. People want to use professionals, and skilled tradespeople want to be seen as professionals. Those are two big driving forces that are going to push us to be more professional. The days of the Mampara artisan are gone. You will not succeed. You can't walk around and act in a completely unprofessional manner. You want to be recognized by your industry, by your peers. You want to prove that you're experienced. You want to prove that you're more than that unqualified person. You want to look professional. You want to sound professional. You want to show that you deliver high performance and good service, and that you have integrity, and that you have ethics, and that you have expertise, and that you're compliant with the laws and regulations of the country. All these things are very positive. And for me, what professionalism does is all these trends that I've been speaking about, it pulls it together. So whether your particular industry has a professional body or not, you've probably got an industry body of some sort. Get involved. These organizations are your organizations. Get involved, take leadership positions, take thought leadership positions, get involved, upskill yourself, grow yourself, and really be a professional out there, because I believe that in the future, to be successful as a skilled tradesperson, professionalism is going to be the key. That's it for me, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Brendan. And what I heard from that is that we need to get involved, we need to upskill ourselves. And I think that is a great segue into the skills conversation. And I think, Gugu, we're always hearing about the skills gap when it comes to artisans. But sometimes we don't talk about which specific skills are we talking about. And I think as we've been on this journey with Allen Gray Makers, we're starting to see a particular sector that is the glue, whether you're talking from the construction point of view or from the automotive point of view, which is insurance. Now, tell us a little bit more around the skill set that you're developing from a SETA perspective in the insurance sector. What is it that we need to look out for? We've got coordinators, we've got principals from TVET colleges, which is, I think it's an important skill that we need to have, and what do these entrepreneurs need to understand around opportunities in insurance?
With your permission, can I sit down and not talk? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are there people in this room? What happened? Or did I catch you off guard? Okay, no, thank you for the opportunity. I think before I respond to the question, this is such a great initiative by the Allen Gray Foundation. Thank you so much for your leadership, Zimkita. I want to challenge, as I go back home, I want to challenge the other SETAs to be here, because it seems like we're the only SETA here and you cannot do anything and have a conversation around skills development without involving SETAs. So I will make it a point that at least we've got representation in the next one. I heard that you want to make it an annual. If it's an annual one, we will definitely be there. So just to talk a little bit about, because the conversation is around artisan development, the Department of Higher Education has set a target of 30,000 artisans until 2030. And that is a target of having professionally qualified artisans across different trades. And if you look at the numbers and statistics, we are on a right trajectory. However, the pace is slow. But over and above that, what has also transpired is that there has been establishment of the centers of specialization, which talks to the TVET, the partnership between TVET colleges, the SETAs, as well as the Department of Higher Education. Now, I wanted to peg my conversation in a very simplistic way, because every time when we talk about, sometimes you're given an opportunity to sit in the panels, we make our conversations to be so high level that people don't necessarily understand what you're talking about. And we use the big words, so I'm running away from the big words. So if we look at the 21 SETAs that are clustered in line with our economic sectors, we all need artisans. However, we need them at different parts across the value chain. So for example, with myself in the insurance space or insurance SETA, we use the skills of the artisans, but at different levels. For example, the motor mechanics, your underwriters, the claims assessors, for example, they will need someone who is an artisan who can be able to look at the car and say, is it supposed to be a write-off or not a write-off? For example, if you look at the medical insurance, where we focus mainly on the medical insurance, you need people who are in the artisan space. I can make many examples across the other sectors of the economy, where, for example, in bakery and confectionery space, those are the artisanal skills. Gone are the days where we looked at artisans as the last option in terms of career or business opportunity. And I think initiatives such as this, where you are colliding technical skills with entrepreneurships, is exactly what we need as a country in terms of responding to the challenges of unemployment. And I think Mr. Nene, when he said we maybe to phrase it differently, we are so obsessed with job creation that we are shifting away from the solutions of the country in terms of how do we then create those jobs. So in terms of the insurance space, the skills that we are looking for currently are moving, as presented by the earlier speaker, towards technology-linked skills. We're looking at data analytics, we're looking at robotics, coding, we're looking at programming, skills that were there in the sector, but the spotlight was not necessarily shining on them because we were looked at as only focusing on the should you die sector, which is your insurance products. So we moved away from the should you die era into technical or technological skills. So I would just pause there for now and as we continue the conversation.
The should you die sector, I like it. So, someone said that, in South Africa, when we talk about digitalization, it's a rumor, and yet, if you look at countries like Sweden, it's an integral part of life, especially for an electrical contractor. And they said that we're busy planning for electric cars, but in our malls, we don't see that planning coming to life. So from the automotive sector, Louis, I'd like to bring you in. Tell us a little bit more around what is it that you guys are busy with? Where is the focus? Where should these people sitting around the room, what should we be thinking about? And what should we be planning for? In particular, we've discussed possible opportunities to collaborate. Over to you.
Thank you and good morning. And Gugu, you have really set the scene now to get me going as well. The insurance sector and the automotive sector not long ago met, and we've created a qualification called the Vehicle Damage Quantifier. So that's exactly speaking to claim settlements. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to cover a couple of topics. Luckily, Jambulani was in the previous session, So he's a qualified motor mechanic working on newer vehicles. So I've got him on my right-hand side, and I've just checked with him in before the time, before I get stuck. And some of our younger generation guys that sit here is going to ask me very, very difficult questions. I just need to get this. Okay, this is fairly easy. It's only got 3 buttons. It's got a back, which is red, a next, which is green, and usually I don't know what's the white one. I'm not going to press that one. Okay, let's go. Okay, so my question is, and I've got one of these in my pocket. Let me just show you quickly. I wonder which of the guys that sits in this audience know what is this. So I want someone that is around about 17, 18 years old to tell me what is this thing in my hand. Is it something to keep the birds away from your fruit in your trees? Have you seen those hanging on trees? You've seen them? And it might be an idea for an upcoming entrepreneur, if you can do something with this. A guy that's 17, 18 years old, tell me, what is this thing? No, but you are not 17 or 18. Okay, so my question on the screen is, remember this, and some of the younger guys might not, and then I'm asking whether in newer vehicle technologies, CDs still apply. So you need to choose your weapons. It's either a yes, yes, a yes, no, a no, no, or a no, yes. Okay, I suppose, I don't know what is your age for no, no answer. If you can't remember this one, you are very young, which is good. And so let me, Jabulani, you mustn't walk away, please. You must stay on my side. Okay, so let me now put this one away, now that we know what is a compact disc. So you need to remember now what you answered. Okay. So, yes, the last of those 4 answers should have been yes. The first one I don't really care about. We've moved beyond that. We've got MP3, MP4s, and I don't know what else. We've got, Apple Music and all those type of things. But CD in vehicle technology still apply. And you'll see a mathematical equation on your left, and there's various, I don't know exactly what they're called, but, FT stands for drag force, P stands for air density, then you've got V for air speed, and A for frontal area. So let's just quickly see how CD in vehicles still apply in technology today. It's the coefficient of drag. Can be found in the drag force, and there I'll show you a picture of the car's aerodynamics. And I don't know who of you have been to Festival of Motoring last week. Can I just see hands? Festival of Motoring, all the petrol heads? Yeah, there's not many. Okay. But I suppose Jabulani will inform us afterwards. So the component in this equation that will have the largest effect on a car's design is the frontal area. And that's just how the wind comes over your car, and that all speaks to a fuel efficiency and so forth. And I hope when you buy a vehicle, your vehicle salesperson talk to you about the car's CD, and I don't know how many of them do. Okay, so let's look at the future. Our vehicle park in South Africa is going on to 11 years. Bushley will know, he works on these cars. So South Africa's cars, and they call it a vehicle park, it's quite a snazzy name, PARC, says to us that we've got lesser sophisticated cars on the road, and then we've got more sophisticated cars on the road. And if you go into the car park or in the parking area, you would have seen the more sophisticated. I don't know where's a Caridas with his VW Polo Bucky, but that one is not going to make the cut. I suppose when it comes to newer technology and more sophisticated, Bushley, I think you will agree with me that a VW Polo Bucky, I think, is a 1980 something. Okay, so let's move on. So we have got in the country a vehicle park that is close to 11 years old, and there's also a move from social partners now a lot more than we've seen in the past towards a transition to hybrid and fully electric vehicles. And Bushley, we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. Electric vehicles are quite a difficult challenge. There's an interesting a conference coming up called Future Mobility, and there we will talk about infrastructure and grids and all that type of thing. And the range in vehicles obviously determined by the batteries and so forth. We now more in a phase where we see a push, especially from the bigger manufacturers, towards hybrid and light hybrid. So you'll see on the right-hand side of your screens there, that is a Toyota Prius. So that is a full electric vehicle. And this is the screen, a Jabulani that you must please help me on. This is the one, and I'm not a qualified motor mechanic, guys. So if I get lost here and I ask Jabulani, I was so happy to see him this morning. He's going to jump in and I'm going to hand over the mic to him. So Jabulani, let's give it a bash. In the newer vehicles today, the cars, in inverted commas, see and detect their surroundings. Do you agree with me, Bushley? Okay. Now, how do they do that? They've got recognition sensors, and those sensors are the camera, the radar, the navigation system. New terminology is called LiDAR. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correct, Jabulani, but that's what I've read. So your vehicle sensors sense the results to what they call advanced driver assistance systems, ADAS. So the ADAS controller is very important, and that's where things like lane detection, the guys that drive newer vehicles would have seen it. If a car comes close to your left or your right or your front or your back, there will be certain signals that your car makes. So that's called a lane detection, adaptive cruise control, a collision, a braking, and what is very important is that next terminology, Jabulani and I have learned it this week, I've studied it especially for today, is where the human and the machine interacts. HMI, human-machine interface, and where they talk to one another. So your car's got certain commands and vehicle control commands. So the components at the bottom, the brakes, the steering, the suspension, the powering system, and the battery, many of those, and you must remember it for the next slide, are safety critical or critical safety components in a vehicle, and Jabulani will support me on this one. You can't have, and I'm going to use Brendan's word, Brendan, what was that word that starts with an M? Working on your car? A mampara. You can't have that guy working on your brake system in your car or your steering system or a suspension. Those are also called life and limb components, but more commonly known, I suppose, Jabulani good is to call them safety critical. Okay, now let's see what happens here. So I've explained the first part, that advanced driver assistance system. So the majority of the cars that's got, let's say, computers in them, and you can say your car's a computer on wheels. Then you've got where and I'm going to speed it up a little bit in the middle there you've got your human-machine interface. So your car will tell you 4 seconds or 9 seconds in advance something is going to happen. It's going to start to brake, or it's going to do this, or it's going to do that. So your car speaks to you. Okay, and it's reality, it happens already. So the safety critical components makes your car unroadworthy, undrivable, and a collision waiting to happen, Gugu, which we don't want to really see. Okay, so defective parts, also a critical safety, they can leave you stranded, and you don't want that. So those are components that I spoke to you about, very important. Okay, now I get to a part where I feel a little bit more comfortable, Jabulani. Did I do okay on that other one? Was it okay? Okay. Okay, so this I feel a little bit more comfortable about. So Gugu spoke about the centers of specialization, and our organization, as well as our HOPSA, was appointed by DIET in 2017 to be, what's that snazzy word, Brendan? A team convener? Something team convener, but it was a big job that we had to do. So a government agreed on 13 priority trades. We got awarded 2, the motor mechanic, or the snazzy word is now automotive motor mechanic, then the diesel mechanic, and in Brendan's case, in our HOPSA, the plumbing industry. Ma'am, you mustn't sleep. I'm going to ask you a question. Okay? So, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to show you a very interesting video now. Okay, I'm going to rock and roll now. Okay, so with your car that's got a computer in it, specialized computers exist in your car, and that's a key ingredient of the apprentice curriculum for a motor mechanic working on the car. So in Jabulani's case, a Golf, Audi, 6 years old, 5 years old, a year and a half old, or whatever the case might be, the computer system is just more or less sophisticated. Am I right, Jabulani? Okay. So in the next short video, and the guys at the back said to me, I must say, play video.
More often than not, we've heard the statement that the modern day car has become basically a computer on wheels. So there's a lot of advanced electronics in the modern day vehicle.
The skill from the junior technicians, if I may call them, or from the upcoming youth who are to fill in the gaps of mechanics, you find that they struggle a lot.
By the time they get to the end where they actually do their trade test and they pass, we find they still don't know enough. So there is a bit of a gap in the training.
Students need opportunities because they get out of the colleges, they go to the industries. On the industries, they are dealing with modern technology. They don't have information about that. We are here to try to upskill the standard of education in South Africa regarding mechanical technology.
Well, it definitely benefits most of the lecturers to start off with. They come from a university or a college, they've passed what they had to pass, so they don't really have much experience to draw on when they're lecturing. Now this gives them hands-on training, which will assist them.
To have that is great because the mechanics out there that are qualified battle to do this stuff. And if they're learning it as an apprentice in the college before they even get to the workplace, I think it's fantastic.
It's basic stuff I knew before I started here, but now it's a whole new chapter for me. I can fix new things, it's completely different. I can do more work.
I just learned about the diagnostic machine and it's going to help us to work faster. So I think there's going to be a lot of job opportunities.
We need mechanics. We need qualified people. So what excites me is to continue training, the upcoming artisans, the upcoming students, our fellow brothers and sisters, they do need, and especially the ladies, we need ladies in the industry. We need ladies in engineering. Because the skills that I received are the same skills that I'm using today to teach the upcoming artisans in the industry.
There's always somebody needs hands to work on the equipment and everything. There will always be a job.
It's an awesome idea by the partnership together with the college in the equation because we benefit from this. We get the skilled people, we get the people who have got the know-how of the motor industry. We get the people who know what to do when they get into the workshop.
To some extent, it's important to actually bring this to the kids that are still in high school.
What is happening today is that we are getting more information about the parts of the cars and how they generate and how they operate. The people that are teaching us, they're actually giving us chances to ask questions so that we can understand what they are teaching us thoroughly.
While I was thinking that motor mechanic is for only men, goes with gender. Now I know that I can be able to be a motor mechanic.
People out there, they define mechanical engineering in wrong ways. The others say that it is a dirty work. It's not a dirty work because all those people talking about it outside, they don't have the experience of people who have been educated about this.
Okay, guys. Okay, so this is the end of me. Seth said I must press the red button. Now I'm done. So let me hand over to Bushley. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we head out to lunch, in the remaining 2 or 3 minutes, I'm just going to come back to our speakers just to give us our parting shot. And I want to say we've got colleagues from the TVET colleges, the leadership in the TVET colleges. We've got students currently still studying that have got aspirations in the sector. We've got us as people who are trying to do our best through the Alan Gray Makers program. We endeavor to coordinate the ecosystem. What would be your message, your parting message to any of those stakeholders? We've got our entrepreneurs in our startup hub, in our growth hub. What is your message of encouragement, commitment in 1 minute each in terms of where do you see yourselves working with us, where do you see the sector, and what do you think is the most important thing to focus on as we close?
Yeah, thank you. So I think for me the big thing is about taking it to the next level. We can't be training the way we were training 10 years ago. We can't be producing the same candidates that we were producing 10 years ago. The industry is changing very quickly. The market is changing very quickly, and we need to be reactive to that. So speaking to everybody that's involved in the skilled trade sector, we've got to up our game. The world needs us now more than ever, so we've got to up our game, we've got to keep learning, and we've got to keep improving. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For me, I think collaborations which have already started must be strengthened across the artisanal trades ecosystem. And in the beginning of this year, I think South Africa participated in the World Skills Competition in 16 trades in Namibia. And when because it was a competition, it's a global competition, but it starts regionally, and then in October there will be a global one. So South Africa, out of the 16 trades, walked away with 8 medals out of the 16 trades, with 2 joint certificates. And this is an affirmation that in the artisanal trades, there is innovation, there is ideation, there is opportunity for colliding both technical skills and entrepreneurship and solving our problems as a country. We don't need anyone else. We can solve our own problems if we work together and collaborate and strengthen the collaborations that already exist.
Thank you so much. Louis?
Bushley, you know I can talk a lot, so I'm going to be very quick. I agree with Gugu. A collaboration, capacity building between industry and TVET colleges, very crucial. And then entrepreneurs get involved in programs such as we're attending today. The makers, get yourself involved, look for opportunities, identify the gaps. We've heard it all this morning. So I just think very important that our public higher education institutions and industry collaborate and we make a success. It's as simple as that. We sit with a good quality council for trades and occupations. The TVET colleges that are attending here today, get yourself accredited against occupational qualifications and let's collaborate and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really want to appreciate our partners in the industry, and we're looking to grow our collaboration from strength to strength so that we can then design interventions in the automotive sector for our Allen Gray makers, bring in the insurance and other sectors that can add value in business development, and also strengthen our partnership with electricians and plumbers. And I really want us to pursue our 2030 goals that we've set for ourselves. And thank you very much for listening. I know we are heading out for lunch, but I think I'm going to hand over to our MC, and thank you to our panel. Thank you.
Perfect, my mic is back. Okay, so firstly, we'd like to apologize for all the time changes. We were having so much fun, the conversations were so good that time ran away with us. And so there's going to be a few changes from the program that we've all received. So firstly, to all the women who registered for Women in Trades and Women in Leadership, and if you are a woman and you'd still like to take part in that, lunch will be served in the room next door, and we'll also be having our session there from 2 until 3:30. So once again, all the women who registered for Women in Trades and Women in Leadership, you'll just go next door from now until 3:30. And then for everyone else, you'll go to lunch at Pomolong from 2 to 2:30. So that is across the exhibitions. You'll have people who will be ushering you if you don't know where the exhibitions are. And then there's 2 sessions that are going to be happening afterwards. The first one is Personal Mastery in Silverleaf. The second one is Digify Africa, which is going to be happening in Albania. So whichever one you registered for, you can choose between those 2. That is happening after lunch, which is at 2:30 until 3:15. Thereafter, we'll come in here all together for the very last session. So yeah, just to reiterate that, all the women, we're going next door from now until 3:30. Everyone else is going to lunch from 2 to 2:30. Thank you so much. If you don't understand something, go to someone who has like a silvery jacket on and it's written Allen Gray Makers. Thank you.